Yes, mate, I do, yeah. Yeah, I saw that, yeah. Ready, mate, are you? Can you go ahead? Can you hear me? Yeah, all good? Martin, just checking when's best to start, looking after all the graphics and stuff at the start. Perfect, thank you. And a very, very good morning to everybody around the world. Welcome to the European Cricket Network, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, here in Germany, where you find ourselves at the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld for the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series 2022. And as you can see on your screens now, the rain has cleared, blue skies are popping up and around, clouds are moving over, and we're almost ready to get underway here. So we've got a really good contest to start up with Germany taking on Austria, with Austria electing to bowl first after winning the toss. And we can see there's a few names missing from the staple Germany squad, but still two very strong squads. Austrians missing out on Bilal Zami, one of their main players. He'll be a big miss, but still some really good names in there. Shail Mamin with the ball, Aki Bigbal as well, with the ball as well. And Shigewa, well, he'll be looking to impress with the bat for Austria. Really looking forward to what's going to be a great bit of cricket over the next couple of days. Obviously, you've got myself here, and you've obviously got Vinny and Danny over in the Czech Republic, and they've been doing a great job, haven't they? Always do. And it's been great. As we take a look here, the bat versus ball wall. It's, again, as you can see, going to be a tough game. It's going to be a close counter between these two. But the supercomputer just taking Germany out on the edge. In terms of ICC rankings, these three teams are pretty close. Germany at 35th in the world, and then Sweden 46th, and Austria 47th. So we've got the highest ranked and the lowest ranked in the first game here. But again, obviously, as I mentioned previously, Germany just missing on a couple of their big names, but they're still going to be raring to go with the bat. The umpires are ready, and just to my right are the two batsmen, the openers for Germany, making their way out. And you could just hear the Austrian fielding team, well, they're making their way out to the middle now. And once again, good morning if you're watching on our YouTube channel, the European Cricket Network, or if you're watching on Fancode out in the subcontinent in India. Hope you're looking forward to watching some incredible international T20 cricket. Unfortunately, obviously, this is only 19 overs this game due to the delayed start. Bit of a downpour here in Krefeld earlier on. But it's drying up now, and we're almost ready for what is set to be an exciting day of cricket once again. If you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello. I can see the regulars are in there. James Stewart, Liam Day, all in there. Sam Nix as well in there. Do say hello, and if you've got any questions, do get them in there, and I'll do my best to answer them as accurately as possible. So the two openers for Germany, as you can see on your screen, Taha Khan, he's got an average of just around the 18 mark in international T20s. Has got a T20 50. He got 51 versus Spain. It's 51 not out as well. And at the other end, you've got Sachin Mandi, and he's going to be looking to impress as well. And you can see there, the left-handed opener. And they're going to be opening up from what I'm going to name this week, the Sky Exchange End. Obviously, you can see on your screens, the main sponsor for this tournament, Sky Exchange. And they've got some really good banners up on that far end from where I'm sat, which I have to say do look incredible. Creates a really good scene for some European international cricket. As we're almost ready to get underway here in Krefeld. And it's going to be Amit Nathwani for Austria to open up from the Sky Exchange end. As we're almost set. And we get underway for the first game here in Germany. And this is just fended back to the bowler. Good start from Nathwani. Right on the dot straight away. Again, be interesting to see what the par will be on this ground. Pretty big boundaries, they're not short at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how much they look to make the most of the power play. Obviously, the power play is still 6 overs, even though it's a reduced game. And this is just dabbed into the offside for the single. For the first runs here of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series here. As that gets Khan off the mark. And there's good to see some support for Austria in the chat. I know there's plenty of Austrian cricket fans and Germany cricket fans as well, all around the world. And it's an absolute pleasure to be bringing you the coverage of this tournament this week. What makes it even better is we get a final at the end of it also. They are playing towards something, obviously ranking points as well, but they are playing towards a trophy in the final on Sunday, which will be brought to you live on the European Cricket Network and Fancode in India. As the sun's coming out now, it's getting a little bit warmer, which is nice to see. As Mandy faces his first ball. And there's a bit of an appeal. It's a really good delivery from Nathwani. Get to take another look here. Just doesn't really get to the pitch of the ball. It's almost a bit of a nothing shot really, but it's well bowled. Similar again, just played into the offside. Bit of a yes-no, ends up being a no. You can see it might have been a single there. Would have been tight, but good start in the field here for Austria. Did you just wonder, was there a single there? I guess we'll never know. Nathwani, really good first over, just the one from it so far. This is up, it finds the edge, and it goes, squirts through the man, is going to run away down the hill. It should come back for the 2 and do. That's good work from Icc Hussain. Bit of a nervy start for Sachin Mandi, finding that outside edge. Incredible to see that there's blue skies all around now. It's completely different to what was going on about half an hour ago. Sun cream being applied around me. It's good to see. Finds to finish the first over. There's an appeal, and he's got him! It's a great way to finish the first over here, as Mandi has to go. That's a good bit of work behind the stumps from Abrar Bilal. And that wicket means that Germany are 3 for 1. So we get to take another look here. It's been a really good first over. Just wondering if it's not the best batting from Mandi there. Just losing his balance ever so slightly, and that back leg just lifting. And you can see how much that means to the Austrian team there as they finish that first over with a wicket. Perfect start for Austria. They'll be very, very happy with this one. And where I'm sat today, which is just below to the right bottom corner of your screens at the moment. to my right is the German and Austrian tents where the teams are, and it's fair to say Germany not looking too happy at the moment. Still a long way to go, as we're going to see from what I'm now going to call the media end for this week. We're going to see Icc Rankings with the ball. 11 wickets in international T20s for him so far, with an outstanding game against Belgium where he took 5 wickets for just 5 runs. Matches his shirt number there pretty nicely. He's going to be looking to impress once again here in Germany. Right arm. Quickie for Iqbal. And could you just say it's great hearing you again? It's a pleasure to be here again. Obviously, not the best start from the weather perspective, but it's looking nice now, and I'm pretty sure that the forecast for the next few days is pretty much set. So I don't think, well, touch wood, we're not going to have any more delays in play. But after the first over, Germany 3 for 1. Good start from Austria. Again, they're going to need to look to bowl in partnerships. You're going to build pressure at one end, you need to keep that pressure going at the other. So it's going to be Iqbal to start his first over. There's an appeal. I think it's pad. I'm going to say that that's come off his pad. But again, good start from Iqbal, just down the leg side ever so slightly. But to me, did just look like it was off his pad. We get to take another look. Oh, well. Just if we take another look here, I'm not sure how close that was to the pad actually. But again, really good start to his over for Iqbal. Looks for a similar kind of shot, but I think this one is definitely off the pad this time. You can tell just in the appeal, it wasn't as up-tempo as the last one, as we get to take another look here. This is definitely off the pad. A good call from the umpire second time round. An appeal, again just going down leg. Iqbal getting the ball to move ever so slightly early on into the left-hander. Probably as to why that was going to be going down leg. You see here, impact was definitely in line, but just missing that leg stump. Not by a long shot, but definitely missing. So again, good call from the umpires. The umpires for this game are Vinay Malhotra and Mark Jameson, with Sunil Gowda on as the third umpire in this first game. As that brings on Stanik Zai into the fray at number 3. There's again really good bowling from Iqbal, right on the mark again. Outside just fends this back to the bowler. There's Paul Harvey in the chat, listening in for 10 minutes. Nice he would rather you were here for the weekend. Well, availability is good for the home club of La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club, so hopefully they go well this weekend. Plenty of cricket here in Germany at the moment. It's a really good delivery from Iqbal, just dragging his length back ever so slightly from his previous 2 deliveries. Stanik Zai just struggling to get his eye in here. Bit of away movement from the off the seam as well. It's a really good start this from Iqbal. Just the one leg by coming off of it so far. This is again shorter, back of the length again. Lets this one go to Stanik Zai, and that brings us to the end of the second. And Germany are 4 for 1. See there, the man on your screen lightning across the field. Good work from him. Good drinks carrier for this game. Very good work. As that was Chima doing the drinks duties for the helmet for the wicketkeeper for Austria. Lining across that outfield. It's going to be Nathwani to continue here with his right arm off spin from the Sky Exchange end. Again in a good area, and it's just flicked into the onside. It's going to be a dot ball. Good standard sets here early on for Austria. As this is a bit of a full toss and he gets down on the sweep, it's just going to be cut off. They're going to come back for the 2 as he ends up slipping again. Bit of a wet outfit out here, obviously. Earlier we had a good spat of rain. And just you can see the remnants of it there, just being a little bit slippery out in the outfield as they come through for the second run. But again, start to this over. Asking questions is Amit Nathwani. It's good from him. Just pushed into the onside, and they're going to come through for a single. Good running from the German batsman there early on the call. I think he knew he didn't hit it well enough to be a tight single. Ended up being pretty comfortable in the end as it brings Icc back on strike. Nathwani going to be changing his angle, coming over the wicket to the right-handed Icc. Short tries to dab this down into the offside, but doesn't get anything on it. It's a good take again from Abrar Bilal. Looking sharp behind the stumps early on this week. So short and wide again. It's going to be given a wide. It's the first wide of the tournament. But again, good take from the wicketkeeper. Good call from the umpire as well. Off that pitch, does lift very quickly. Almost tennis ball like bounce from what I can see. Just short again. Tighter in line and ends up being a dot ball. It's a good comeback from Nathwani after the wide. Good noise out in the middle from the Austrian fielders. Looks to go big into the offside. Doesn't get all of it. It's going to be cut off, and they just come back for the second there. That brings us to the end of the third over, and Germany are 10 for 1. So again, just a reminder, even though we are playing a reduced game, it is still a power play of 6 overs, and then obviously 4 bowlers expected to bowl 4 overs, and 1 bowler bowling 3 overs. Obviously that depends if they stick to the original 5 bowlers or if they venture out into a 6th or a 7th. Only time will tell. But these 2 openers for Austria doing a good job here early on, really setting the tone for the Austrians. And this is clipped off the pad. Going to come through. It could be close, and he's got him. That's an absolutely incredible bit of work from the bowler off of his own bowling. Gets the run out, and Khan has to go. Incredible bit of work from Iqbal. That brings the second wicket. Germany are 10 for 2. You can see how much that wicket means to the Austrians. We get to take another look here. Ends up coming off the bat, I believe, but incredible work from Iqbal. And he's gone. It looks like he's gone by quite a fair distance. Let's take another look here. Yeah, really good bit of work from Iqbal. Was about 2 meters away from even being near the crease was the batsman. But Khan has to go. 4 runs off of the 9 deliveries for him. Really good bit of cricket from Aqib Iqbal. Bringing in number 4, Dylan Blignot. Blignot coming in to the crease. And there's a bit of a field change, as it looks like there's going to be a second slip coming in, or maybe a gully. More of a gully by the looks of it. And then a man comes over to fill in the vacant cover spot. So Iqbal going to look to keep this pressure on as it's Stanik Zai on strike. Big swing into the offside. Doesn't connect. And Iqbal yet to concede a run off the bat off of his 1.2 overs. Incredible opening spell so far. Goes for the big shot again, but it's going to be given a wide. That's going to be the first runs against Aqib Iqbal. Stanik Zai doesn't look like he's going to be hanging around, does he? Looks like he's going to try and go big. Can they get another wicket? Germany just need to settle the nerves a little bit here. Rebuild almost. A good comeback from Iqbal in the corner of uncertainty, as I like to call it. Another dot ball. This is really good bowling from Austria. Both Aqib Iqbal at the moment and Amit Nathwani doing an incredible job of keeping it tight in the power play. Fielding restrictions, only the 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle at the moment. Completely gets the wrong end of this. And again, good work in the field from Iqbal Hussain. Another dot ball. This is from the first 3.4 overs we've seen so far. So we're going to be in for an incredible few days of cricket here in Krefeld. And hits this well. There's a man out there, but I don't think he's going to get anywhere near that. It's going to be one bounce. It's going to be the first boundary here in the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. And it's Stanik Zai. Gets that front leg out of the way. Over the infield, and it runs away. One bounce, 4 runs for Germany. Just releases the pressure ever so slightly as there's now a field change, as mid-off is going to become long off. Can he reply, Iqbal? It's a really good short delivery. Just tucks Stanik Zai up. Does well to not get anything on this, and that brings us to the end of the 4th. Germany are 15 for 2. Really good end to the over for Iqbal, coming back after being hit for a good boundary from Stanik Zai. That front leg out of the way, and he's done that a couple times early on. Just looking to try and make the most out of the power play. Obviously 6 overs in that power play, so 2 more to come. And Vivek Davda in the chat saying, how are you? I'm good, very well. Hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's doing well, whether you're watching on the YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on Fan Code in India. We are in for an incredible few days of cricket. Going to be a change of bowling from the Sky Exchange end. Trying to find out who that is. It's going to be Dylan Blignol to face his first delivery here. He's been in for a while, hasn't faced the ball yet. And solidly just ends that back to the bowler. It's a dot ball, so it's a good start for Momin. Sahil Momin here, been a left arm orthodox. Good work in the covers, going to be a dot ball, but Sahil Momin, 13 wickets in international T20s for him, going at an average of 8.2 so far in his career. This is short, and there's a man there. He's hit this quite well, and it's going to run down the hill. I don't think it's got the legs to go all the way. Hussain just struggling again on this outfield. Come back for the second. Teasing the man on the on the angle there. Here's Adran with a desperation dive. Doesn't quite get anywhere near it. It's just the 2 runs. Just dropping that one short to Mamin. It's short again. This is well played from Lignot. It's just going to be the one. Classic T20 dab down to third man. There isn't a third man, but there is someone on sort of a backwards point almost. Just being the 1 run. It brings Stanikzai back on strike. It's short, played into that man again. Good work from Tahil. Ends up just keeping it to a dot ball, which is good pressure so far. No boundary yet off this over. Just the 1 boundary in the entire inning so far. This is punched well, but gets a hand on it. I believe that's the skipper there. Rasmal Shigiwal doing a good job in the covers. As that brings us to the end of the 5th over, and Germany are 18 for 2. Go for it. We get to take a look here at some of the top batsmen and bowlers for these 2 teams. See, Lignot, he's got the stick in hand at the moment. He's going to need to provide a good innings here for his country. They do bat deep. They can all hold a bat, can Germany. Again, you just take a look at the bowlers at the moment. Mamim obviously 13 in international T20s. Iqbal as well, he's going to continue here. Obviously got the run out off of his own bowling, but no wickets to his name yet. And Lignot just plays this into the leg side, but it's again good fielding from the Austrians. Bit of a giggle there from the 2 fielders, and it's good work from them too. Keep it to a dot ball. Good to have the awareness that Mark Simpson-Parker was there to back him up. He gets the throw in. That's a lovely shot from Lignot as that comes into through the covers. And it's just going to be the 2 runs. You can just see how slow this outfield is at the moment, obviously with the rain we had earlier. Yeah, someone just asking, is it Lignot or is it Lignot? Well, there was a bit of a discussion between myself and a couple of people around the ground, and I think because it's GN, it's more of a French name, as Iqbal continues here. It's well played from Lignot, as it's played into the leg side for a dot ball. But again, because it's a name that has GN in the middle of it, and I think that's what I'm going to go with for Dylan. Again, Iqbal really good bowling, just pulls it back, pulls his length back. And someone just a comment there about Walter Bear from Milngavie. I'm probably not pronouncing that correct, in Scotland. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the cricket so far. And in classic T20 style, this is just dabbed down to third man for the single. Again, a really good over so far from it, or just the 3 coming off of it so far. As it's still long off, the man out, and then the third man, deep third man. So they're the 2 fielders out at the moment, with 1 ball remaining of the power play. Might have been a bit of an inside edge there. But again, a really, really good end to his over for Iqbal. Might have been a bit of an outside edge correction, but brings us to the end of the power play, and Germany are 21 for 2. So Austria, well, they'll feel they're on top at the moment, won't they? Just a run rate of 3.5 and over so far in the power play. They'll be happy with the way that they've gone so far. And Iqbal being the pick of the bowlers, just 8 runs off of 3 overs for him. But it's going to be Shahil Mamin, the left arm orthodox, to continue from the Sky Exchange end. Again, hitting a really good area, right on the money, straight away. It's a dot ball. So again, good work from Mamin straight away into his second over now. Oh, that's a really good attempt from Mamin. He's furious with himself. Just seemed to hang in the air a little bit. He almost dived a bit too early. I think he was expected to come a bit quicker. You just see here, just hung in the air. Ended up getting it all wrong. It's a dot ball nonetheless. This is Fuller. It's clipped into the leg side. So it's going to be the 1 run. So Vigneault moves on to 7. Advances, only appeals and ends up falling over. It's a good appeal nonetheless, but it's not out. And again, just a dot ball. Just proves it is slippery out there. Might dry on as we move through the day, but again, another appeal, not given, and they do eventually run through for the single. Be interested to see what this is given. It is given leg buys. See here again, it might have been outside the line on impact. So again, good call from the umpiring again. Yes, Vinay Malhotra up at the far end doing a good job. And now again on the drive. Doing a good job here so far for Germany. Just rotating the strike as that brings us to the end of the 7th over. And Germany are 24 for 2. I think this is, again, it's very similar to what happened back in Malta just about a month ago now for the Valletta Cup. These overs after the power play are crucial for both teams. The batting team won't want to get bogged down by the bowlers. They want to keep rotating the strike. If they get the bad ball, make sure they punish that. You don't want to get bogged down, especially after losing 2 early wickets. They are going to want to keep rotating the strike, which is what Dylan Vigneault is doing so far. If Vigneault can, you do feel if Vigneault can stay in for the Germans, then they're going to be on to set a good target. He just needs to take his jumper off again. Temperature rising now. Getting a bit warmer out there. And hopefully the rain stays away for the rest of the day. 8 off 13 for Vigneault so far. Stunning hitting the only boundary in this inning so far. 7 overs gone, just the 1 boundary. See, just in the background, Brian from German Cricket Board. He's been running around this morning getting everything ready, doing a great job as Vigneault just leans back onto the back foot and fends this into the onside for a single. There's just a few tiny spits of rain, but not anything too heavy yet. This looks like it might be a little bit of a passing one. It doesn't. The cloud isn't too dark above me here in my tent. Not a cube at the moment, more of a tent. Cube obviously out in the Czech Republic at the moment. This is short and Staning's eye goes big. And there is a man there, but it's over him, and it's going to be the first maximum of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series, and it goes to the home nation Germany. Standing Icc getting that front leg out of the way again. And powering this onto the straight boundary, and it goes all the way. 6 runs for Germany. Just going to relieve the pressure and brings Germany into the 30s now. They are just going to need a few more just to keep the runs ticking over. Don't let the scoreboard pressure get to you that much. And if Standing Icc is going to keep doing what he's doing, then Dylan Vigneault at the other end can just keep nerdling around, finding the 1s and 2s. And Renault Blade just asking who's the third team in the series. We've got Sweden. They'll be playing in the second game today. It's a slower ball, and it's a good comeback from Iqbal. It's going to be a dot ball. Good bowling from Iqbal, backing himself with his skills to bowl the slow ball after getting dispatched for 6 runs. Standing Icc now on 12. You can never see T20, obviously 19 overs this game, but T20 format. It's a little bit longer than the T10 that we used to hear on the European Cricket Network. Back of the length and defended into the offside. It's good work from Simpson Parker. Gets round and it keeps it to the 1. A bit of a big over this one so far. 8 coming off of it. Most expensive one of the innings. This is a slower ball again. Bit of a full toss, just clipped into the leg side. Should just be the 1. It is, but it's good work from the man out in the deep. So Zadran doing a good job. Deep mid-wicket. And the boundaries, they're not small here in Krefeld. Does take some clearing. So Iqbal bowling through here. 2 balls remaining in his spell. This is short. This is very, very short. Going to end up being given a wide. Getting this one completely correct. Take another look here. I don't think he would have reached that if he had 2 bats. Have to bowl that one again is Iqbal. That's a good comeback, and it's well cut off by the skipper for Austria. Shigerwald as well. He cuts it off, so it's just going to scamper through for the single. As that brings us to the end of the 8th over, and Germany are 35 for 2. So take a look here. Khan, you feel almost a little bit unlucky with himself. Great bit of work from Aqib Iqbal off of his own bowling. He had to go. And then Sachin Mandi getting stumped with a great bit of work from Abrar Bilal. Amit Nathwani saving himself at the moment. It's going to be Abdullah Akbarjan coming on at the Sky Exchange end. This is again just a bit of rain coming down, not too heavy. It's just going to make things a little bit more interesting out in the middle. Bit of left arm orthodox, I want to say, as this is well timed into the leg side and it ends up being 2 runs. Doesn't hit it well enough for it to only be a single. So it's good work from Standing Icc. Again, anything on the stumps, if you can make it into that 1 run, and you're doing a good job as long as you hit the bad balls. Which they're doing so far. Again, into the leg side, and eventually Abdullah Akbarjan does the work off of his own bowling. With that rain just coming down ever so slightly harder again. So, 3 runs coming off of the first 2 deliveries. You can see it splashes off the surface, so it is getting a little bit wet out there again. Not well enough for them to come off at the moment, but it is still, you can't really pick it up on your screens. However, I will tell you that it is raining a little bit. Bit of drizzle, nothing too heavy at the moment though. Looks to scoop and does so. Doesn't get enough on this. I think it's going to run away. It's not going to have the legs. They're going to come back for 2, 3 possibly. But eventually, good bit of work. And it's just the 2. A good inventive shot from Icc. Just showing that he's got it in him, but it was good work from Amit Nathwani. Just the 2 off of it. And looks to go big, but doesn't get much on this, and it's just going to be squirted into the leg side for the 1 run. Again, this is short, and there's a man there, and he does well to not slip and slide, as that rain is still coming down. As that brings us to the end of the 9th over. Germany are 41 for 2. So good over from Azerbaijan. So 7 off, you can see there. Aki Bikbal going for less than 5 and over, which is really good, as he ended up bowling out his 4 overs. And we're going to see Sahil Zadran with the ball. He's going to come on here at the media end. As there's just a couple of drinks brought on for the batsman. And again, these 2, good partnership so far. Need to keep rebuilding. Obviously 10 overs left now in this innings. Just need to look to keep rebuilding and then hopefully try and go big in the last sort of 3, 4 overs. Maybe more, but they need to give themselves a platform. One of the things in T20s, just got to adjust, give yourself time. You're allowed, there's plenty enough of time to give yourself a moment or 2 just to get in, face a few, and then once you get going, you really can push on and accelerate. So Zadran into the attack, starts short. Good wheels though from Zadran. Using the skinniness of the pitch as well to his advantage. Looks to scoop again, but follows in this time. And it's good bowling again from Sahil Zadran. Just sticks it line. If anything, it's a bit of a way movement off the seam. Does Zadran. Makes it 10 times harder for Icc. Fine leg is up, so that ramp shot is on. Doesn't execute it. And again, looks to go big, but corrects himself and just drives us into the offside for a single. Good work by the man out in the deep. Sahil Momin doing work out in the deep. Zadran, just the 1 off of his over so far. And this is short, back of a length. And Blignot just rocks back and dispatches that to the square leg boundary. 4 runs. Great shot from Dylan Blignot. And you do have to wonder if that's going to be where he pushes on now. Can he reply? Again, this is full up, but squirted into the leg side. It's a long way out there. It's just going to be the one. It's good work from the man out in the deep. It's a good arm. It's a long way, that boundary. So 1 ball remaining in this over. 6 coming off of it so far. Standing Eye on strike. It's a short back of a length. Flat bats this to Aki Bigbout at long on. And they just come through for the single. As that brings us to the end of the 10th over. And Germany are 49 for 2. As it gives me a chance to say hello. A very warm welcome to Krefeld here in Germany. This is the first time you're actually seeing my face here on the European Cricket Network. It's a bit of a shock. Again, absolute pleasure to be here with the European Cricket Network, providing the coverage for this Sky Exchange Germany Tri-Series in 2022. So if you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello. If you've got any questions, do get them in, and I'll try my best to answer them for you. It's a little bit chilly out in the moment. I've got a hoodie on under my jacket. It's not an ECN hoodie. It's a county, an English county hoodie. So if you've got any guesses for which county it is, do put it in the chat. And if you get it right, then I'll let you know. But if we go back to the action, it's going to be squared over the infield. And they eventually come back for the 2. Bit of a misfield. It could be Oak, could be buzzers here. It's backed up in the end. It ends up being 2 runs. As it's Hilmar in. Back into the attack at the Sky Exchange end. And he's gone. I think he's got him. He has. Standing Eye has to go. Again, really good work from the wicketkeeper, Abdar Bilal. Lightning quick hands behind the stumps, and he has to go. Standing Eye could be a big wicket for Austria. We take another look here. Looking to go big again. Bit of everything with his feet. It's really good work from Abdar Bilal. And he has to go. Does Standing Eye. 22 off of 29 deliveries for him. Good bit of work again from Abdar Bilal. So Standing Eye has to go. And Germany are 51 for 3. As it brings to the crease, Shahweeb Khan. He goes out to join Linham Blignaut. And these two really do have to settle in now. Blignaut's the in batsman, so he's going to have to look to go big a couple of times here against the spin of Shahil Mamin. As there's just a couple comments in the chat, as I see Prakash Mishra in there. Hope you're doing well, Prakash. Recovering after a long week in Malta. Vinny Sandhu now asking if it's hands in pockets, whether it's a little bit chilly, I have to say. Mind you, maybe I'm just a little bit sensitive after being back in Spain. 30 degrees when I left home. Came out here and it was thundering it down with rain yesterday. Flew to Dusseldorf. It is a little bit nippy, but not doing too bad as we continue here. There's completely missed time. Almost Q end from Shahweeb Khan. It's a dot ball to start. Again, Shahil Mamin right on the dot straight away with his left arm orthodox. Again, good bit of bowling. Bowling to his field. He's done really well in his 2.4 overs so far. That's a really good delivery, and again, really good work from Abdar Bilal. If you get to take another look, starts this one in, a bit straighter. Not a lot you could do about that one. This time, however, not quite on the spot. Bit short, bit wide. It's given a wide ball. Doesn't get this one at all right. short and wide again, but it's a really good bit of work from Abdullah Bilal, showcasing his skills with the gloves at the moment. Very acrobatic. Let's take a look there eventually. Just darted in again, a bit straighter. This is pushed into the leg side. And it's good work, it's just going to be the one run. As that brings us to the end of the 11th. And Germany are 54 for 3. 8 overs remaining in the innings. Blignot not motoring along, 16 off of 19 for him so far. Just think that he needs to stick around for Germany. Shoaib Khan can hold a bat. Hasn't done so for the national squad entirely, but he is more than capable of hitting a long ball for his club side. As it's going to be Sahel Zadran to continue hit from the media end. Again, back of a length. Good areas, doesn't give him enough space so he can get this one away through the point region. Comes in off the seam, if anything. Good bowling from Zadran. Shoaib Khan not getting that one right. This is short again. And Khan missing out once again. Sense of frustration at the moment. Just can't get the ball away. Blignot knows that if anything, they need to get him on strike. They can push it for ones and twos. Just give themselves something to bowl at in the second innings. So he's hit well into the offside, but there's a man out there at long off. It's just going to be the one. As it brings Blignot back on strike. Again, hit well into the offside, but it's straight to the man. And he does well to cut that off. It's just a dot ball. Good noise out in the field. Pretty sure it's being picked up, which is good to hear. Austria, they're well up for this. Germany just looking in a little bit under the cosh at the moment. Can they get a boundary just to release that pressure? Blignot looking to go into the leg side, but ends up getting this all wrong. Leaves this one. I think he was looking for a wide, but it's well within that wide line. Good bowling at the moment from Sahel Zadran. Well, this time picks this one up well, and this goes all the way for 6 runs for Dylan Blignot. Steps back and across and pulls this into the leg side. He hits this one well. Gets that front leg out of the way, and it goes all the way. 6 runs for Germany. It's a big boundary in the context of this game. Just saying, wasn't I, that they need that one boundary to really ease the pressure ever so slightly. You can see there, Blignot on your screen saying, just push it around, Shoaib Khan, just ones and twos. There's plenty of gaps. It's a big field out here. Plenty of gaps to attack. That brings us to the end of the 12th, and Germany is 61 for 3. And it's going to be Sahil Mamin to continue up at that far end. The Sky Exchange end, as I've now named it. As I see Gary Crompton in the chat saying, hi Charlie, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, Gary. don't go too well this weekend. The cricket back home. Gary playing for one of the main rivals. I hope you're doing well, Gary, and Chris Jensen as well. Nice to have you back. Please don't say Maximo, one fall is enough. I know Vinny's lurking at the moment. I know he's in and around, obviously. Obviously, Vinny doing a really good job out in the Czech Republic. Alongside Dani Hudacek, who has been doing an outstanding job on comms with Vinny. I've tuned in a few times. I'm not saying Maximo, go away. Bit of a break in play. Looks like we're ready to get underway again, as it's going to be moving to continue. With a dot ball to start his 4th over. There's no amount of money you can pay me to say that word live on air. I mean to continue, and this is played well. Straight down to the man at long off. Should just be the one. Again, just shows how long these boundaries are. It's just the one run. Brings Lignot on strike. He's darted into the feet of Lignot, and he plays this into the leg side, but again, times this well to a point where they can come back for 2. It's not barely reached the 30-yard circle that has off the bat. He comes back for 2. It's good running from the Germans. Good bit of bowling from Mamin, as Lignot was just looking to almost dab this into the offside again, but wasn't really on the right length. Ends up being a dot ball. So it's a good over. We'll have to bowl that one again. That one is a wide. So Mamin getting it right up until that point. He's back on it again. This is just swept hard into the leg side. There's 2 men patrolling the boundary out there, so it's just going to be the 1 run. Again, good work from Shahil Mamin. There's a couple of people debating whether this is good bowling or good batting. As Mamin, this is back of a length from him. Shorter, quicker one. It's a dot ball again. As that brings us to the end of the 13th in Germany. 65 for 3. There's a few comments just saying whether it's bad batting or if the bowling, it's not incredible bowling. I think the bowling's been good. I don't think there's, you can't argue that. But I do just think Germany just haven't applied themselves in the correct way. There's plenty of gaps and plenty of spaces out in the field. It's, again, a large outfield. Not every ball has to go for the boundary. And if they can just manipulate the field ever so slightly, there's only been, obviously, the 4 boundaries, the 2 4s and the 2 6s in this innings so far. And there's going to be a change of ends for Azerbaijan, as he's now coming on at this media end, commentator end, one of the 2. Lignot on straight. He's 25 off the 25 now. Run a ball. Needs to push on now, does Dylan Lignot. Finds the edge here as they come through for the single. It's good running from Shuib Khan. He called it early. Called his partner through early. It's a good single in the end. So Lignot just having a conversation with Khan, and I would imagine it's going to be along the lines of just nerdle it about. Don't need to go big every ball. It's tempting with the slower bowling on. Don't need to go every ball. This is short. And ends up being given a wide. Down the leg side ever so slightly, but they also come through for the single. That's good call from the umpire. It has gone down the leg side. Brings Bignot back on strike. Goes big into the leg side, and that's huge. That's gone out of the ground. That's 6 runs for Germany. Right in the slot from Abdullah Akbarjan. Bignot doesn't miss out on this one, and it goes all the way for a maximum 6 runs for Germany. I'm not saying it. I'm teasing you. So Bignot motoring on now. He's moved to 32 off of 27. This is what I've been saying. If he can stay in, just nurgle it about and get his eye in, which he has done now, then you can look to accelerate, which is what he's going to be looking to do here. That run rate just below 6 and over at the moment. Going to need to look to push on to. They've got how many overs have they got left? 6 overs left. There's going to be a change of ball here by the looks of it. I think that ball might have got roughed up as it went into the car park from Bignot. As it gives the batsman a chance to have a bit of a drink. Bignot, he'll be wanting a bit of water after dispatching that into the leg side boundary. So third umpire there. Sunil Gowda bringing on the replacement balls there. As Taranjeet Singh in the chat. Good to hear you again. I hope you're doing well, Taranjeet. I hope you've recovered after your victory in the final back in Malta. It was a pleasure to watch. What a final that was, by the way, between Malta and Romania. 100+ spectators at that ground at that point. The best thing was you could really pick it up on through the microphones as well. It was a really good atmosphere. We're ready to get back underway here in Krefeld. Yep, all good. As it's going to be Bignot still on strike. And we're eventually back underway, and he just plays us into the offside for a single. So good cricket, bit of a misfield, but that classic saying, don't run on a misfield. So brings Khan back on strike, 3 off of 10 for him so far. Just gonna, at this point, just needs to get his partner back on strike. Connects well with this one, but Iqbal does well here, just down the hill ever so slightly. Just a 1. It's good work from Aqib Iqbal once again out in the field. Brings Dylan Bignot back on strike. And again goes big into the leg side. This fielder's under it, but it doesn't matter as it flies over their head. 6 runs for Germany. Again, a bit of a slot delivery, and Bignot's not going to miss out on this one. This flies over the head of the 2 fielders for a maximum. Someone's saying in the chat about saying maximum, and it's doing my head in. And there's a few comments about several sayings from other commentators. They're trademarked, I can't say them. But he needs a reply now. This is short, back of a length. Cuts this through the infield. It's going to run away. It's not going to have the legs to go all the way, but they're going to come back for 2. So it's good batting from Bignot as he now moves into the 40s. As that brings us to the end of the 14th, and Germany, they have moved on to 85 for 3. Plenty of comments about some sayings from my fellow commentators on the ECN. And they're trademarked. I can't say them. They're not for me to say. And it's just a comment. As just you can see on the top left of your screen, there are some school kids from the European School of Frankfurt. They've come all the way down and they're here today to watch a bit of cricket. They're going to play a bit of cricket as well later on. We'll get to have a look at. They're going to be out in the middle having a go, which is really good to see. And I've been told that they've now got a new cricket department, and comparing them to other schools out in Germany during lunchtime. Most schools in Germany will play football, but apparently that's not the case at the European School of Frankfurt. They play cricket, which is great to hear. Germany have done really well to push cricket here in Germany. There's a change of bowling at the far end. It's going to be Zadran. Pushes this one through. Bit of pace. Start to his first over with a dot ball. This is full up. Bit of a full toss. And hits this straight. And it's well cut off by the man out in the deep. That's Icc Rankings. Again, doing a really good job for his team here, for his country. I don't know if the dive was necessary, but it looked good on camera. So he'll be happy to cut that off. Khan moves on to 6 now. This is cut away. There's a man out patrolling on the offside boundary. Hilmamin does well. It's just the one, but it brings the dangerous Dylan Blignot back on strike. It's a full toss. Blignot uses the pace, just plays this into the offside. It's going to be 2 runs. Just showing that the outfield is a little bit long, but it's also a little bit wet still. So it's just plugging ever so slightly when it glides through on the floor. So 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Blignot on strike. He's 43 off of 31. Can he get a boundary? Zadran looks to push this one through. It almost tries a little bit too hard. And just veers into the leg side for a wide ball. Very good, elegant leave from Blignot, it has to be said. And once again, just testing the wicket keeper, but Bilal does well. It's another wide ball. And from what I've been told, there's a few comments about the draining at the moment. I think they've got good draining. This used to be a professional football training facility. So the draining underground is pretty good from as far as I'm aware. As he's going to change his angle. He's going to come around the wicket now. Is Zadran. And he's got him. And that change of angle clearly worked for him as Blignot has to go. 43 off of 32 deliveries. Germany are 92 for 4. A great bit of work from Zadran there. Going across Blignot. Just almost squares him up, really. He didn't get his feet moving at all. It shocked him to see that it had to go. It's a good innings. He did what he had to do with the bat for his country. Germany now 92 for 4. So Khan just struggling out in the middle at the moment with the bat. 7 off of 14 for him. As it brings to the crease. Abdul Shakur Rahimzai. He's more than capable of hitting some runs for Germany. 194 runs in international T20 cricket. 59 scored versus Spain. believe that was at Desert Springs, where we were over about a month and a half ago now. Well, as you see there, I didn't pick that up in the first instance, but Shakur taking out the umpire completely. That's not a good way of getting on the umpire's good side. Good to see that he's okay now. I completely missed that. That's hilarious. Some really good bowling from Javid Zadran. Coming on now here in that 15th over. He did a really good job getting the big wicket of Mignot, as that brings us to the end of the 15th, and Germany are 92 for 4. Again, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, do get in the YouTube chat and ask any questions as we get to take a look at the timeline for this Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. Obviously, first 2 matches, Germany versus Austria, and then Germany versus Sweden coming up. And then 2 matches on Friday, Austria versus Germany and Sweden versus Austria. And then the 2 matches on the Saturday. But the big final coming up, just the 1 game on the Sunday. With that final, 8:30 GMT, 10:30 Central European, and 2 o'clock in India. Obviously not the only cricket that we've got going on at the moment. Obviously ECS in the Czech Republic at the moment. Plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Akmajan to continue. It's good work again. And he's going, that's absolutely outstanding work from Abrar Bilal. He's been incredible with the gloves today. And once again, with the leg side take, he's quick-witted enough to whip those bails off. And Khan has to go. You see here, down the leg side. It's a great take, and he's incredibly quick with those hands. But you see here, that's only in a matter of frames as he taken that delivery down the leg side and whipped the bails off. Incredible work from Abrar Bilal. Incredible stuff. And Germany are now 92 for 5. As it brings on debutants. All to bet. I know there was a comment in the chat from, I believe it was a club in Scotland. So I know they'll be watching. Bear comes to the crease now. In at number 7 for Germany. Obviously that was given a wide ball as it was down the leg side. Again, incredible work from Bilal. And I know Vinny, he'll be watching. He'll be happy to see some outstanding glove work, as am I. Rings Bear on strike on his debut for Germany. And he hits this well into the offside. Should just be the 1. That's good work from Amit Nathwani out in the deep, and it is just 1. So Bear is off strike, off the mark. Tajik Singh just asking, are you located on long off or other position? I'm actually at long on this time, so a bit different to Malta. On the other side of the sight screen. Rimzai gets off the mark. Gonna look for 2. Could be close here. Oh, it's good running eventually from the 2 German batsmen as he comes in safely for the 2nd. Good pressure on the field as we get to take another look here. Again, similarly to what we've seen earlier, doesn't times this enough to the boundary where it's not going to be enough to be the single, but eventually it's good call from the umpire as he makes it home safely for the 2nd run. Question just asking, what do you think is the par score in this group? Well, I think obviously this game's a little bit of an anomaly because obviously the rain we had early on, it's reduced to 19 overs now. But I think if you can get a par score of around 140, 150, I think is what I would say personally. This is really good bowling from Akbarjan. And Rahimzai's on the sweep. Doesn't get all of this. And again, I think it's going to be another instance. It sticks to just the one. So again, good work out in the deep again. It's just the 1 run to the total. 5 off of this over so far. And there, hits this well again into the offside, which is just going to be the 1 run. Again, good fielding from Austria. I have to say they have fielded very well. And they all seem very keen to put a good performance in, of which they're doing so far. And this is just clipped into the leg side. Should just be the 1 run. And that's again good work from that man, Javid Zadran. So that brings us to the end of the 16th over, and Germany are 99 for 5. And we get to take a look at the figures for the bowlers so far. Again, wickets shared between 4 of the bowlers. Afani doing a good job with his right arm spin at the top of the order. A question about the German bowling, which I will address soon. Almost pushes him for pace. It's squirted into the leg side for 1 run. I'll tell you what, Zadran not struggling for pace here, really pushing it through. Good wheels from the pace man, Zadran. Brings Bear on strike. And again, just pushing it for pace. Right on the top of off stump. And there's not much you can do about that. Played all round it, did Bear. He has to go. Germany are now 100 for 6. And Walter Bear. Let's take a look here. Big swing, big drive. Played down the wrong line of it completely. And he has to go. It's again really good bowling from Javid Zadran. And Austria, bit of a mystery as Zadran. If they're going to bring on in these middle overs to keep it tight and pick up the really vital wickets, you're going to be more than happy to have them in your team. But in terms of the German bowling, they are going to rely on Vishnu Bharathi, the left arm orthodox, 24 wickets in international cricket for him, the leading wicket taker for Germany. Also, Muslim Ashraf, I think, is going to be key if they're going to defend this total that they eventually set. I also think that the man who went big with the bat for Germany, he's going to be really key, is Dylan Blignot with the ball as well. But it brings that man to the crease now. Muslim Yard Ashraf. And he's facing up his first delivery. And that's an edge. And it's a consecutive wicket. And it's another one for Zadran. And that's 2 in 2 now. Germany have fallen to 100 for 7. Muslim Ashraf getting a golden duck. Going for a big drive again. Trying to play this. Goes into the leg side. Comfortable catch for Abrar Bilal. He's been rewarded for his good work, hasn't he? Taking a good stumping and the catch. As it brings in the man to the crease. The skipper, Venkatraman Ganesan, on a hat-trick. Hat-trick ball for Svidradran, 3 for 8 off of his 9 deliveries so far. There's a couple of wides in his previous over, but he followed that up with the wicket of But we've got a wicket ball here. Are we going to see a moment of magic in the first game of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series here at the National Performance Centre in Krefeld? Interesting to see. No field changes for the hat-trick ball. Just the one run off of this over so far. 2 wickets in 2 balls. It's a hat-trick delivery, and it's the skipper for Germany, Kanisan, to face. It's in a good area, but it's played well into the leg side. It should just be 1 run. So he prevents the hat-trick ball, but a really good bit of bowling this so far from Svidradran. You can hear the support from the Austrian camp for the fielders and the bowlers. Doing a really good job out in the field so far, restricting them to 101 for 7 so far. Just the 2.2 overs remaining now. This is a really well-struck drive. And they're going to come back from the second pretty comfortably. So good running again from the German batsman. As for Himzai, he's just quietly been at the other end watching his partners go. He's moved on to 7 now, off of 7 deliveries for him. And this is flicked into the leg side. I think it's going to go all the way for a maximum 6 runs for Germany. Time this to perfection has Krahimzai, and it flies over the boundary for 6 runs. A great way to finish the over. A mixed over for both teams, with 10 coming off of it, but 2 wickets going. And at the end of the 17th, Germany are 109 for 7. Yes, he hit a Maximo. Yeah, I said it not on air. I'm not doing it. As it now brings Abdullah Akbarjan to continue into his final over at this media end. And it's going to be the skipper, Kanisan. He got off the mark off of his 1 delivery, so he's 1 from 1 at the moment. Akbarjan, 1 for 33 off of his 3 overs. Well, he gets a finger on this one. He stops it, so I think it's just going to be the 1. Again, good work from Iqbal out in the field. Kanisan just teasing him ever so slightly. I think if he was about half a foot taller, he might have got there. But it brings Rahimzai back on strike. Goes big into the leg side, doesn't get all of this. Going to just drop short of that man, Aqib Iqbal. Come through for the single, doesn't get anything on this. It's just the 1 run as it brings Kanisan back on strike. And this is well bowled again from Akbarjan. This is just into the leg side. There's a chance of a run out here. And it's not going to be given. Good running eventually in the end from the German batsman. But good work in the deep as well. This is really, really high end quality cricket as we get to take another look here. I think it was home pretty safely. It's a good take from Bilal. He is home, but again, really good take from Abrar Bilal, taking on the up on the half volley. Not an easy job, that is, but he makes it look very easy. And he has been outstanding with the gloves in this innings. It's going to be Upperjan to continue. And this is just chipped into, well, pretty much straight on. It's just going to be the one run. Bit of a 9-iron that. Didn't really go for the big shot. Just chipped it over the bowler's head for the single.
A player just walked past and tripped up the yellow wire, so I don't know if that's changed anything, but just to let you know.
Looks to go on the sweep. There's a man there, but it's over him, and it's going to run away. And it's going to be another boundary. 4 runs for Germany. Again, bit of a full toss, gets on the sweep. It's a good shot from Rahimzai. Just over the man on the 30-yard circle, and it runs away. So 4 runs to the total. They now move on to 118 with one delivery left in this over. Can we have a reply, Akbajan? This is full again, and that's going to fly over my head. And that's going to be another 6 runs for Germany. And he hit this really, really well, did Rahimzai. This flew straight over me. I was almost concerned for the equipment at one point, but he hit that so well. It's gone into the bushes. And it's a maximum as Germany finished the 18th on 124. For 7. You just see there on the worm, so the wicket's falling, but they've accelerated a little bit here in the last couple of overs. We're into the final over, and it's going to be that man to hold his 3rd over now. David Zadran. So, final over, the 19th over. Here we go. Wow, this looks like it's going to run away, and it is. It's going to be 4 runs to the total. And it's off the bat. 4 runs for Germany. Well needed boundary for Germany's Zadran. Bit wide. This is right off the toe end of the bat. It runs away. 4 runs. Move on to 128 now. It's a good comeback from Zadran. This is just back of a length. Looks to cut this one, does Ganesan, the skipper. Doesn't get anything on it, it's a dot ball. So a good comeback from him. And Ganesan just chips this into the leg side. And it's just going to be the 1 run. So it brings Rahimzai back on strike. 24th of 11 for him. Vital innings for his country. He's going to look to go big again. With 3 deliveries remaining now. 1 run away from that 130. This is a full toss, and it's flicked away. Time to perfection once again. It's going to be another boundary for Germany in the final over here. Clipped well off of his hip. And it goes all the way for 4 runs. A really good innings this from Rahimzai so far. 28 off of 12 now. So move on to 133 with two deliveries remaining. Can they get another boundary to really push on towards that 140 mark? If they can get to 140, that's almost around par, and they'll feel that they'll back themselves to defend this against the Austrians. Two deliveries remaining. Can Zadran have a comeback? Looks to go big into the leg side, but completely loses his shape. The head goes into the clouds, and it's a dot ball. So it's a good comeback again from Zadran. So squirting into the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. And that's going to end up being the end of the over. As ends up going through the bowler. But that brings us to the end of the first innings here in the first match of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. And at the end of their 19 overs, Germany are finished up on 135 for 7. And again, Shakur Rahimzai with a really vital innings for his nation. And Germany will feel that they're in a good position at the moment. They started off in a bit of an interesting manner, losing early wickets, then rebuilt with Dylan Lignode doing a really good job with the bat, contributing 43 runs for him. So we get to take a look at the highlights. Let's see here early on, a really good example of how Abdar Bilal did an outstanding job with the gloves. 2 quick stumpings, and then again, Iqbal. Oh, that was a really good bit of work off of his own bowling. And then at the top, well, he went big, didn't he? Looked to go, get that front leg out of the way. He did so a few times. He pushed on. He had to go eventually, but again, good bowling in those middle overs from the spinners. Spinners proving vital. Sunningside again going big straight down the ground. But it ended up being that man there on your screen, Dylan Lignode. 43 off of 32 deliveries for him. 1 boundary and 3 maximums for him. Ended up being a vital innings for his country. But once again, Abdar Bilal with another stumping. And he could be happy with the way that he performed with the gloves. And Lignode again into that leg side for a maximum. And that was the biggest one so far. That was into the car park. That went all the way for 6 runs. And once more, just because why not? But then this man came on and he changed the game. Did Javid Zadran. He got the big wicket of Lignode after a couple of wides. Again, once again, incredible bit of work. Rapid behind the stumps. And then Bear, well, he came in, hit a couple of nice drives, but he had to go as Zadran ended up hitting the top of off once again. And straight again, caught behind. And then towards the end of the innings, Rahimzai ended up going well with the bat, ended up on 30, not out, off of 14 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s in his innings, going at a strike rate of 214.28. And we will eventually find out just how vital those runs are in the context of this game. But a good piece of work from both teams, and they'll both be backing themselves as Austria, they look to chase 136 to win the first game here. And you can just see once again, Lignode 43 off of 32 and Rahimzai 30 off of 14. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and you've been watching the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series.
Yeah, so they can't hear me when I talk back to you, right, Martin? Yeah, I'm holding talk back now. Yeah, no worries. Talk back now. Okay, no, that's fine. No idea. No, I definitely didn't say that word. Yeah, I won't touch it until I need to. Cool, thank you. And welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld, as we're almost underway to get this reply started for Austria here. And just to my right, I can see they're just in their huddle now. They really look to push on after a good performance out in the field early on. And I think there's going to be a little bit of a special walk on here, as I believe some of the children from the European School of Frankfurt, they've just had some caps given to them by the players of the German national squad, and they've signed them. So this is a really good day out for the kids from the European School of Frankfurt. As you can just see on your screen now, see they've just had some of their caps signed, and they're going to walk on with the national players. They're all cricket lovers from the European School of Frankfurt, and this is a really, really good image to see here on the European Cricket Network, as the players have got a mascot each, and they're going to walk on to the field with the players from their national squad. A lovely moment, really touching, as you can see European cricket growing all around, and Germany, well, they're doing a really good job in both junior cricket and women's cricket as well. As you can see now, as they walk on, there's applause all around from everyone, all the players, as Children from the European School of Frankfurt make their way onto the pitch with the German team as the Austrian batsmen follow them behind. And it's going to be an opening partnership of Mark Simpson-Parker and Iqbal Hussain for Austria. It's a great picture to see, it really is. Future of cricket, future of German cricket, right on your screens. And the players as well, they'll feel a little bit like celebrities at the moment. Very often that they get to bring mascots onto the pitch. And you can just see, just not on your screen, just to the right of it now. There's a young guy having a conversation with one of the players with a huge smile on their face. It's really lovely to see. You can just see now more signatures going on. The skipper there for the German national squad. It really is amazing to see. So they've gone out, and I'm looking around, and there's plenty of conversations going on about each different fielding position, which is incredible to see. It's put a smile on my face for sure. And whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, the European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on Fancode in India, it's a touching moment here. See the kids on the pitch as they've now, you're going to see, run off, sprint away. On to applause as all the teachers from the European School of Frankfurt applaud them, and they all run away, and there's high fives all round, smiles, jumping up and down. Really is great to see. But it allows us to get back to the action as Austria are going to look to chase 136 off of their 19 overs. It's going to be spin to open the attack once again. So Germany seeing what Austria did, taking a look. They're going to do the exact same. It's going to, looks like it's going to be right arm off spin at that Sky Exchange end. As we're just about set to get the chase underway. As we get underway with a dot ball, it's a good start from Rasul Al-Mahdi with the ball at that Sky Exchange end. So it's a dot ball off the first delivery. And goes big into the leg side. This is still going, and it's gone all the way. 6 runs for Austria, and it's the first boundary in their reply. Hussain not waiting, goes big into the leg side, flies over the Sky Exchange banner. 6 runs for Austria. And that's not a small hit out into the leg side. That's gone a long, long way. Can he have a reply? Goes big again into the leg side. There is a man there, but I think it's going over and over, and it's going to keep on going. And we're just waiting on confirmation if it's gone all the way. Still haven't had a signal yet. I think that has gone all the way, and it has. There's the confirmation. 6 runs for Austria. So 2 maximums in 2 deliveries. Cracking start from Iqbal Hussain and the Austrian team just to the right of me. they're pretty happy with the way that this innings has started so far. Amadi, he's under pressure at the moment. And it's a good comeback from Amadi as this is just fended back to the bowler. So Hussain respecting the good ball. This is good. Bit of yes, no, maybe. Hussain just looking to clip this into the leg side for the 1 run, but Simpson Parker turns him down. And he gets a bit of an edge on this, and this is going to run away. The skipper's going to give chase. He's going to get, he does get there eventually. Has to put the brakes on as he slips and slides around, but the skipper, Nissan, does well. So that brings us to the end of an eventful first over. Austria are 14 for no loss. And it's going to be the debutant, Walter Bear, opening up at the media end. And again, Austria, well, they're going to be happy with the way that things have started here for them. 14 for none after their first over. A bit of a field change as the deep fielders, there's only the one I believe, and that is a deep third man as he's just going around. He's going to go a bit squarer now. So it's going to be Walter Bear now in his international debut. Back of the length, and this is played into the offside by Simpson Parker. It'll be a dot ball. And the MSP, Simpson Parker on strike. I like that MSP. And this is dragged into the leg side, and MSP gets off strike. And he's off the mark as well with a single. As it brings Iqbal Hussain back on strike. A lot of support in the chat at the moment for Austria. And after that first over, they're going to feel right on top of Germany at the moment. And Hussain rocks back and clips this off his hip, and it goes for 4 runs. You just see here, gives himself time and clips this into the leg side. It's 1 bounce, 4 runs for Austria. And there, getting the similar treatment as Rasul Amadi. Hussain, he's not waiting about, is he? He's raced along to 18 now. So just 7 deliveries. This is Fuller. And it's just defended back to Walter Bear. Good comeback from Bear. Good shot from Hussain. It wasn't a terrible delivery. If anything, it might have just been a little bit too short or too straight. And there's an appeal. I don't think, from where I'm looking now, let's take another look here. Ends up not being given. No question about how long the boundaries. They are very long here in Krefeld. I'll try and give you a rough estimation as to how long I think they actually are. But they certainly aren't small, that's for sure. This is good batting from Hussain, who just puts this into the offside. Questions of two, but it's just going to be the one as it's collected by Rasul Ahmadi. But deep third man, as that brings us to the end of the second over. And Germany are 20 for no loss. And that angle there gives you an idea of how big these boundaries are. They certainly aren't small. And those 2 sixes that Hussain hit, they really did go a long, long way to clear the boundary. It's going to be Rasul Ahmadi to continue here at the Sky Exchange end. And Hussain just clips this into the leg side. Doesn't get all of this, but it's going to run away. Don't really push the runs. It's just going to be the 2. Good shot from Hussain. He's aware of where the fielders are. He does well. There's another edge, but this is going to fly over the infield. It's going to run away down the hill. And it's the skipper who does the work. Ganesan does well. And again, just 2 runs coming off of it. So Hussain now 23 now for Hussain. One correction. This is well bowled from Ahmadi. Just looks like he got a bit of grip on this one. Just came back into Hussain. Just squeezed him for space a little bit. And Hussain goes big into the leg side. Over the Sky Exchange bouncer, and that goes all the way. 6 runs for Austria. Hussain not waiting around. He plays this into the leg side once again, and it clears the Sky Exchange banner into the trees for another maximum. Austria, it looks like they're making light work of this so far. They're now racing away. On to 30 for no loss. 29 of those 30 runs. Well, they've come off the bat of Iqbal Hussain. MSP, Simpson Parker, he's just sort of happy watching. He's got the best view in the house, best seat in the house at the moment from where he stood. Hussain is now on 29 off of 14. It's a good comeback from Ahmadi. This is Fuller, and looks like he pushed this one through a little bit. It's a dot ball. It's a good comeback. 10 off the over so far. Still 1 delivery remaining. Hussain again looking to go big into the leg side, but way too early on this one, and Q ended it off the toe off the bat. It's just a single to end. So that brings us to the end of the 3rd over. Austria are 31 for no loss. This is really good start from Austria. It's going to be bare to continue from this media end. And it's going to be the danger man at the moment, Iqbal Hussain, on strike. Iqbal Hussain has never really performed well with the bat in international T20s, but this time this is over the man at point. He's not got all of this again. It's a big boundary. It's not going to go all the way. It's just going to be 2 runs as it was clipped over the man at point. He's not a small man. I think that's Dylan at point. It's over him. Iqbal Hussain, this is his highest score in international T20 so far. This is played well into the leg side and they come through for a single. Good fielding again from Bear off of his own bowling, but Iqbal comes through for a single. But this, yeah, as I said, Hussain, high score of 24 before this innings, and that was against Hungary. And Bear pushing this one up to outside the off stump and beats MSP. Goes through for a dot ball. MSP has only faced 3 deliveries now. Hasn't really had much to do. Bear takes a bit of a tumble, but ended up being a really good delivery from Walter Bear. Take a look here. Bit of a way swing, bit of a late movement as well. Good bit of bowling. MSP just, I think he acknowledged that that was a pretty good delivery from Walter Bear. And MSP, this one stayed a little bit low. Skidded on maybe just due to the pitch being a little bit wet still. Again, a dot ball. This is a good over from Walter Bear so far. Ended up getting Hussain off strike. Just the 3 off it so far. And he's got the wicket to go with it as well. So a really, really good over from Walter Bear. Good comeback for Germany as that wicket falls and MSP, Simpson Parker, has to go. And Austria are 34 for 1. It's a good end to a very good over from Walter Bear. That's his first international T20 wicket for Germany. See how much it means to him as they get the wicket of Simpson Parker. Didn't really get much of an opportunity. 1 off 5. Sort of watched Hussain at the other end go big. As it brings the skipper, Rasmal Shigewal, to the crease. Also watch to the end of the 4th over. Austria 34 for 1. Once again, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, do get in the live chat. It is just myself here today, here in Krefeld at the moment. So any questions, any queries, do let me know. And I'll try my best to answer them as correctly as I can. But if you're also watching on Fancode in the subcontinent India, I hope you're all okay, enjoying some international T20 cricket at the moment. And it's going to be a man who did a good job with the bat, by the looks of it. It's going to be Dylan Vigneault, sorry, at that far Sky Exchange end, as the sun's just coming out now. It's going to be a pretty nice day out here at the moment. It's going to be Hussein on strike. He's 33 off of 18 deliveries. It's going to be, there you go. As Suleimani comes off after conceding 25 off of just his first 2 overs. Good support for the batsman from his teammates just to the right of me here. Ligno into the attack. And Hussein doesn't wait, but there is a man out there. And he's picked him out and he has to go. So Ligno with a bit of a loosener, it has to be said. It's a full toss and Hussein looks to go big into the leg side but doesn't get enough of it. And he has to go for 33. And Austria, they're now 34 for 2. And you can see the man there who took the catch. Just walked in front of the camera before he took the catch. He's now having a bit of a snack. That means that Germany are on a team hat-trick. You see wicket falling in that last ball of the previous over and the first ball of this over. But they're on a team hat-trick as Hussein has to go after a well-made 33 off of 19 deliveries. It's a good start that they would have wanted from the openers. As it brings the new man to the crease, Hilma in. So a bit of pressure on these two now. Don't want to have a collapse here. It's going to be Shigawal on strike. These two haven't faced the ball yet. So 2 fresh batsmen to the crease. Just a bit of waiting as Shigawal on strike. Team hat-trick possibility. There's a leading edge. And he's taken it. It's 2 in 2, but it's a team hat-trick for Germany. 3 wickets falling from just 3 deliveries. And the skipper, Lasmal Shigawal, has to go for a golden duck. And Austria 34 for 3 now. Could be a real turning point in this game. Ligno, he's was at 11 wickets before this one. He's now at 12 wickets in international T20s for Germany at an average of 19.3. So the skipper, he has to go. He brings the wicketkeeper, Abrar Bilal, to the crease. He's done half a job with the gloves, but he's going to need to do a job with the bat now for his country. He's Austria. And a little bit of a collapse here, 34 for 3. 3 wickets falling in 3 deliveries for no runs. Forever ebbing and flowing this game. To and from each team. He's had a good day at the office so far, hasn't he, Dylan Vigneault? So they're 3. It's a team hat-trick. Vigneault is now on a hat-trick himself. Are we going to see 2 types of hat-tricks in 4 deliveries? I don't think I've ever seen that. But if it was ever going to happen, it would only be here on the European Cricket Network. Rabi Lau is on strike. So, Bilal on strike. Hat-trick ball. And this is sensibly played into the offside from Bilal, who does well. Fends this away into the offside for a dot ball. So good work from Abdar Bilal, preventing the actual hat-trick. Once again, just fending this into the offside for a dot ball. Just needs to take his time. Both of these batsmen do. Just need to rebuild again. It's not the first time we're seeing a bit of a rebuild job for the batsmen as Germany. They had to do something similar in their innings. Wow, that's an incredible shot as that goes all the way over cover. 6 runs for Abdar Bilal. And that's an early contender for shot of the day. Lofted cover drive, flies away right into the scoreboard. 6 runs for Austria. An outstanding shot from Abdar Bilal. He just waited for that one. Slotted that over extra cover. Needs a reply now. This is clipped into the leg side. It's an early call of 2, and I think they're going to get there. Ends up being pretty comfortably as there's a misfield. This is really good cricket from Bilal, just steadying the ship after losing 3 wickets for no runs. That brings us to the end of the 5th over, and Austria are 42 for 3. Just gives us a chance to have a little look at our new social media page. We're on TikTok at European Cricket Network. So if you're on TikTok, go and have a look at some highlights and some funny moments and many more. As I have to personally say, I love TikTok. I find myself spending hours on it. But we're on there now. ECN growing ever more. So do follow us on TikTok at European Cricket Network. As it's going to be all to bear to continue. Someone just asking if that's Bilal Zami. It's not Bilal Zami. Bilal Zami had to drop out pretty late on of the Austrian national squad. So that is Abdar Bilal batting at the moment for Austria with Shahil Mamin, who's yet to face a delivery. It's going to be well to bear to continue. This is played into the covers. Doesn't quite time it. It's going to be a dot ball. Bear to continue. This is hit well, almost too well to mid-off. It's a lovely looking shot for no run. So Shahil Mamin looking comfortable at the moment. Yet to get off the mark, just the 2 deliveries faced so far. Lets this one go through to the keeper, Sachin Mandi. Hasn't had a lot to do so far. The final over of the power play. Well, Mamin not looking to hang around as he looked to accelerate with that shot. Didn't get anything on it. Ends up just being the dot ball. Walter Bear, his tail's up at the moment. Wants another one. It's 3 dot balls so far. 4 dot balls. And there's an appeal, and he's got his man. And Mamin has to go. Looking to play this into the leg side. Squares himself up, and it's a good take from the wicketkeeper. Just saying, he hasn't had to do anything yet, Sachin Mandi, but he does the basics well, and it takes a clean catch. And Austria fall to 34 for 5. Just trying to play this into the leg side was Shahil Mamin. It was way too early on it, and has to go. As the new batsman, Icc Rankings, did a really good job with the ball for Austria earlier on in this match, but he's got a big job on now if Austria are going to get anywhere near this target. Again, similarly to what happened with Germany, they need to rebuild and just make use of their time. Still plenty of overs left to obtain already, which isn't a massive target, but again, with these big with these big boundaries, it's a tough ask with these two at the crease now. It's a second wicket for Walter Bear now. 2 for 9 off of 2.5 overs. There's one ball remaining in this over, and it is going to be Iqbal on strike. Walter Bear on debut for Germany. He'll be happy. Didn't quite come off with the bat. He's doing the job, opening up the bowling for his country now. And the Austrian dugout to the right of me just quietened down ever so slightly. It looks like there's going to be another one, and he has to go, Iqbal. Again, this is just adding to what is already a bit of a poor situation for Austria now, as they've fallen to 42 for 5 now. And Iqbal has to go for another golden duck. Just fending at this one, didn't really need to play at it, moved away from him right at the last minute, and Bear gets another. As that brings us to the end of the power play. And Austria are 42 for 5. So Iqbal, without troubling the scorers, has to go. And it brings the new man, Ashan Mirza, to the crease. Someone just needs to bat with Abrar Bilal if they're going to get anywhere near this total. It looks like it's going to be a change of bowler from that far end, which is a little bit harsh on Dylan. No, as he was 2 for 8 off of his 1 over. This is back of a length, and Bilal just plays this into the offside for the single. As it brings Mirza on strike now. As Mirza fends this very late, it just drops right down to him as it's Yar Ashraf, the bowler from that far end at the moment. Sky Exchange end. As this is again short and back of a length, and this is going to be squirted through the offside. It's eventually just going to be the 1 run. And you can just see again, it's still slippery out there, so players still struggling in the outfield. And again, just pushed into a similar area. Could be close here. It ends up getting home safely. So it's a good bit of running from the Austrian batsman. Again, just played into a similar area, but this time the skipper, Kanisan, does the job with the ball. Good work there from the crew at Spring Productions. Doing an outstanding job as always. providing excellent replays. As it's going to be Mirza on strike to continue. And this is just played off the back foot into the offside. And again, good running. They come through for the single. This is all they need to do at the moment, do Austria. There's plenty of gaps out in this huge outfield, so they just need to push it around and just slowly tick off these runs. This is good bowling from Hassan, as from Ashraf, correction, as Bilal just fends that back to him and respects the good ball. And that takes us to the end of the 7th. Austria are 46 for 5. And just a little moment to have a look at the YouTube chat. Good morning to Krishna, watching from Epcot in Orlando. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying some European cricket from across the pond. Maiden Waters in there as well. Robert Plant there as well, and Joseph Marples as well. Hope you're doing well, Joe. Hope you're okay. Once again, really enjoying everyone's contributions in the YouTube chat so far. Obviously, this is the first game today, and we have Germany taking on Sweden in the second game later on today. Going to be Walter Bear to continue. Stephen Busby supporting Walter there. This is well played from Misra, as it's just blocks this one and respects the good ball, which is all we have to do. Misra just trying to play this down to third man, but doesn't get anything on it. Luckily so. It ends up being just the dot ball. Oh, wow. Misra looking to go big into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on this. And Walter Bear just holding that line. Ends up being another dot ball. Just need to join these dots now, as Walter Bear is into his final over. 3 for 9 so far. This is just dropped and ran into the leg side. So good from Hassan. Does well. Just fends this into the leg side and brings Abdullah Bilal back on strike. 10 off 7 for him after that huge 6 over extra cover. Again, serious contender for shot of the day. Walter Bear on debut for Germany. An outstanding job with the ball so far. The 2 deliveries remaining in his spell. Bilal on strike. Cuts this away into the offside. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be cut off. And it's just going to be the 2 runs. But this is all Austria need to do at this point. Just keep plugging away, keep ticking away at these runs. Don't let the scoreboard build up. Need that wickets column to stop ticking over. That's what they need to prevent. So Walter Bear, last ball of his spell. It's a very, very pleasing drive from Bilal. Marnus Labuschagne about that one. That brings us to the end of the 8th over, and Austria are 49 for the loss of 5 wickets. Let's just have a look here. Massive collapse in the middle order. There's Shigewal, Mamin and Iqbal all went without scoring, without troubling the scorers. And we're now going to see Mushraf continue with the ball. And it's an incredible spout from Walter Bert as he finishes with figures of 3 for 12 off of his 4 overs. Outstanding work from him. Can Ashraf make the breakthrough? And this is pushed down the leg side. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be cut off by Rasul Ahmadi. And they come through for the 2 runs, plus the wide. There's a bit of chat about Walter Bear. I think he's off to play in Scotland in a few weeks' time, so good luck to him. But he's going to be looking to get the job done for his country first of all this week here in Krefeld. So Sam Nizat, there's a lot of pressure on him at the moment, alongside Abdullah Bilal. Just need to keep plugging away. And this is again well played into the offside for eventually just the 1 run. So good work from him. And this is played into the leg side. Should just be the 1. Misra wasn't really interested. So Misra Ahmed. Misra Hassan, correction on strike. And drives this down to the man up long on. And it's just going to be the 1 run. So 6 runs coming off of this over so far. Bilal looking to play this into the offside. Does so, but doesn't get this through the gap. And it's just going to be another dot ball. One thing that Austria do need to prevent is these dot balls ticking up now. Is if they can keep rotating the strike, and that target is going to keep filtering away. Bilal looks to go big, and doesn't get much of this. It should hit into the offside. It's just going to be the 1 run. So the one thing I will say is that Hassan Mirza not really looking to push that first run hard. You just feel if they push that first one harder, they can pretty easily come back for the second. And Mirza looking to go into the leg side, and it's hoiked into the leg side, and it's just going to be the 1 run. And that's going to bring us to the end of the night. Austria are 57 for 5. And if I have a look at this point, as we take a look at some of the bowling figures, and once again, Walter Bert, 4 overs, 12 runs, 3 wickets, 3 and over in his spell. It's an incredible spell of bowling, and Dylan Vigneault with just the 1 over that he's bowled so far. But at this point, after 9 overs, Germany were 42 for 2. So they've dragged it back after an electric first few overs for Austria. They were 31 for no loss after 3. And they dragged it back after taking 3 wickets in 3 balls. And it's going to be Vishnu Bharathi coming on to bowl now. And this is one of the stars with the ball for Germany. This is the leading wicket taker for the German national team. 24 so far, at an average of just 11. It's incredible stats from him. And Misra not really going to take a look as Barathi just puts it on a good spot. It's a dot ball to start. And this is played into the offside. It could be close here. The throw is a little bit wayward. Just late cut into the offside. It's good work from the keeper, from Mandy, to prevent that from going for any buzzers. Again, floated up. He asked the question. I think he's safe. But this is what we've seen Barathi do many a times before, as his foot is down, so he's all good. Just puts it on that spot, gives it a bit of flight, and that's how he tends to get his wickets. Barathi to continue. And this is darted in a little bit quicker. But Bilal's equal to it and just fends this into the leg side for a single. This is just a bit of a wind picking up now. This is just back of a length. Gets it through the infield. It's going to run away. It's not going to go all the way. It's a good chase from Rahimzai. And they come back for the 2. So good work from him. And again, just keeping the runs ticking over at the moment. And it's good from these 2 at the moment out in the middle for Austria. Again, Misra looking to go big into the leg side, but doesn't quite get this one, as he ends up finishing his over with a dot ball. So just the 4 off it, and at the end of 10 overs, Austria are 61 for 5. As it gives me a moment to say hello once again. Welcome to Krefeld. Really enjoying bringing you the coverage at the moment. My name's Charlie Hunt, and again, been an absolute pleasure bringing you the coverage so far. So this game not over yet. If Austria can manage to not lose any more wickets, then they're really going to look to push on. Just keep rotating the 1s and 2s, and if they get the bad ball, then they're obviously going to look to progress from that. But Germany, they still feel like they're in this, won't they? Obviously didn't quite get enough runs on the board that they would have liked, just below par, but they're really going to look to push on. But hopefully we're in for a thriller of the first game here in Germany. Once again, if you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello, as we look to continue on here. And Bilal looking to go big. And again, good work from the keeper. And it's just the dot ball, as it's the skipper coming into the attack now. Venkatraman Ganesan from the Sky Exchange end. And a couple of comments, bit of cloud coming in again. There is a few clouds just come over once again, so hopefully we avoid the rain, but you just don't know at this point. This is a really good bit of bowling on a good length, as Bilal pushes this one. Doesn't get anything on it, and he just pushes us back to the bowler. And again, this is in a good spot, but this is well played from Bilal into the leg side. It's just going to be the 1 run. as it brings Misra Hassan on strike. Hassan Misra. He's going to look to go big. He's going to look to attack that leg side boundary. Does the opposite. Looks to just dab this down into the offside, but doesn't get anything on it. It's a dot ball. This is good bowling from the skipper, from Ganesan. And looking to go big into the leg side. This is back of a length. But it is eventually gathered by the keeper after an acrobatic attempt. So just the one off this over, one delivery remaining. And he looks to go big, but he doesn't get anything on this. It's a bit of an outside edge, and it falls to that man, Walter Bear. And that brings an end to Misra Hassan's innings. He has to go 9 off of 17 deliveries. Austria are now 62 for 6 at the end of the 11th over. And Walter Bear, you can't keep him out of the game. Good bowling from the skipper, Ganesan. Just holding this one back, giving it a bit more flight. And he has to go. Trying to swing this into the leg side. It's a good catch from Walter Bear. Brings the new man, Abdullah Akbarjan. To the crease. So the new man coming to the crease. There's a lot of pressure on him now. He's now facing Vishnu Bharathi here at the media end. Which gives me an opportunity to say a couple of hellos in the chat. Tarjit Singh in there, James Stewart as well, and Shrug in there saying good afternoon, enjoying the game in the commentary. Thank you very much. Do appreciate all your kind words. As Bharathi is continuing here. And Bilal just drops this into the leg side. Bharathi does the work off of his own bowling. It's just a bit of a change in the field. That wind just picking up again, which is just bringing the clouds over here, the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. As it's Akbarjan on strike. Well bowled, and just fends this one out. It's just going to be the dot ball to the equation at the moment. That run rate creeping up now. He gets a bit of turn, does Bharathi, the left arm orthodox. 73 off 47 now for Austria. And Akbarjan plays this into the leg side and doesn't time it at all. But it means they're able to come back for the second. But it's good work from Dylan Bligno as he cuts that off. Just come back for the second. He's in safely. Pretty comfortable 2 there for Austria. Just sorting out the bails, but we're ready to go again here. Oh, that's really well bowled. He gets a good bit of turn, does Bharathi. Just the 3 off this over so far. This is pitched up and teasing the wicketkeeper. He scrambled to try and take that, but doesn't get anywhere near it in the end. It's just going to be, again, another dot ball. That run rate creeping up to almost 10 and over now. Need a boundary. And he looks to go big, but doesn't get anything on these. Cloth this into the leg side. And they're going to end up just getting the 1 run off it. And that brings us to the end of the 12th over, and Austria are treble sixes, 66 for 6. So at this point, Germany were 61 for 3. And you have to say that at the moment, pendulum swinging more towards Germany's favour at this point. There's been many times where this game has ebbed and flowed towards Austria and then towards Germany. Obviously Austria getting a really good start with Hussein at the top of the order. And losing 3 wickets for the loss of no runs. Really got themselves back into this game, has Germany, as Icc continues. And pushed into the leg side, the offside for the 1 run. 2 runs, correction. There was almost a chance of a third, but ended up just being the 2 runs. So Icc continuing here. And this is just dabbed down, and they're going to come through. Oh, the single, and he's been hit here by the ball. Has Abdul Bilal. I think he's okay. He dropped his bat pretty quickly, but I think he's okay. Just clipped him on his way through, but he's okay. Brings him back on strike. Bilal might need to just take control here. 17 off of 18 for him. Again, good work from the keeper. Eventually on the 2nd attempt, took it cleanly. But again, really good bowling from Icc here. He was out of his crease, and I wonder if we can... Looked a little bit close to that one on the replay. As we get to take another quick look here. As we just see here. Oh, was his bat in the air or was it on the ground? He just rolls through. Wow, I think he's gotten away with one there as Bilal. But he's still here. And he looks to go big into the leg side, but doesn't get enough on this. It's going to be a good catch if they can get there, but it splits the fielders. And it ends up being 2 runs. So Bilal living life on the edge at the moment. Bilal just getting a message from the skipper on the sidelines. Just saying, look, calm down. Plenty of gaps. Scoreboard isn't providing a lot of pressure at the moment. Just need to bat sensibly. There's a man there and it's picked out, the tallest man on the pitch, Walter Bear, and Bilal. Well, he should have been gone 3 balls ago. And the previous ball managed to split the fielders, but this time finds the fielder and he has to go. So that means Austria, they have fallen to 71 for 7. And Bilal has to go as it brings Javid Zadran to the crease. So it's going to be Javisa Dadan on strike up against Ganesan. This is well bowled again. Ends up just being a dot ball, as that brings us to the end of the 13th over, and Austria are 71 for 7. So the run rate never really being an option or an issue up until now for Austria. The only issue has been that wickets column. When they've lost a wicket, they tend to have lost 2 at the same time, which never helps. And 65 required off of 36 now. As it's going to be the continuing of Vishnu Bharathi. And just hangs this one outside the off stump. And Akbarjan tries to cut that away but doesn't get anything on it. And looked to go big into the leg side but didn't get anything on it, and it's a dot ball. Good work from the keeper once again though. Both keepers have been really good with the gloves today. As we're going to see Bharathi continue here. This is Fuller, and this is hit well. There is a man there. It's on all the way. 6 runs for Austria. And is that just a turning in the events here once again? Bharathi leaves it up there for Akbarjan to hit, and he says thank you very much. Makes the most of it. 6 runs. Gonna need a couple more, but is that where this game turns? Akbarjan, he needs to do this himself if they're going to get anywhere near this total. And there's a good comeback from Vishy, but it's misfield from the skipper. Luckily, it doesn't cost him anything. And they end up coming through for just the single. That's going to bring Ravi Zadan on strike. Yet to get off the mark. And looks to go big into the leg side, but toss this onto sort of a wide, fine leg. And they end up coming through for 2 runs. Vital runs these are for Austria at the moment. So they move on now. 80 for 7 with 1 ball remaining in the 14th over. And he looks to go big into the leg side. It's going to take some catching, and he does well. And just as I was thinking that Bharathi hasn't taken a wicket yet, he goes ahead and does so. Really good bit of work from the man out in the deep. That was Muslim Yaj Ashraf, as another wicket falls. Jawizadran trying to accelerate, he has to go. Austria now 80 for 8. So 80 for 8 after 14 overs. You have to say Germany, well, they've done well after being hit for a good few boundaries early on. They've dragged themselves back into this game and grabbed it by the scruff of the neck. They've done really well. And it's going to be the new man, Amit Nathwani, on strike. There's a really good bit of bowling from Ganesan at that Sky Exchange end. As he continues here, the skipper, 2 for 6 off of his 2 overs so far. This is wide, but he gets a good bit of grip as Nathwani looks to play this into the offside, but doesn't get any runs off it. And again, just back of the length, as Akbarjan is really looking to get on strike. He was halfway down the pitch at that point. Ends up being another dot ball. So this is really good over so far from Ganesan. And once again, just plays this back to the bowler for a dot ball. This is shorter, and he just pushes this into the offside. This time we'll get a run. So Ganesan, he's going to be bowling up against Akbarjan. And Akbarjan, he's going to be looking to go big. 13 off 11 for him so far. But if he hits into that leg side, he is hitting into the wind. So it's a big, big hit without the wind, and then with the wind, it's an even bigger hit. And he just plays this one looking for a single, but it's really good fielding again from that man who took the catch. Muslim Yad Ashraf does really well. And that brings us to the end of the 15th. Austria are 81 for 8. It gives me an opportunity just to let you know, obviously this isn't the only game we've got here today. After this game at about local time, 4 o'clock, Germany will be taking on Sweden in the second game of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series here at the National Performance Centre in Krefeld. But this game isn't over just yet. 55 off of 25 now. Just under 14 runs and over required. Is there going to be a weird and magical turn in this game? Nathwani plays this into the offside. It's a good shot, however, not getting any reward for it. It's a dot ball. And this is chipped up. It's going to be a good catch if he can get there, and the skipper makes it look comfortable in the end. And it's going to bring the loss of the 9th wicket as Nathwani has to go, and Austria, they find themselves 81 for 9 now. That brings the final batsman to the crease. So Zadran. And I can just see to behind the scorer's hut, the Swedish national team. Just warming up, getting a few warm-ups in. Obviously we've got under an hour now until that. 4 o'clock that will start. So the action keeps on going. It's going to be Zadran on strike. Just the 1 wicket needed now for Germany to secure the first win in this tri-series. And he looks to go big, doesn't get all of this, it's going to take some catching again, and that's the game. As that brings us to the end of the first game. It's a good catch, again in the deep by Muslim Ashraf, and Austria, after a good start, end up collapsing, and that they finish 81 all out off of 15.3 overs. They gave it a good go to start with, but it wasn't enough, as Germany, they are the winners by 55 runs in the end. So, handshakes all round, good performances from a good amount of players. And those on debut, the likes of Walter Bear, he'll be happy. He's one of the pick of the bowlers for me. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12 off of his 4 overs. A really good spell from him. Once again, really good sportsmanship from both teams as there's handshakes all around as it brings us to the end of the first game. So we're going to be able to take a look at the highlights here of the first game of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series here. And Hussein, well, he looked really well at the start, didn't he? He really accelerated the score early on, and with 3 maximums all towards the leg side, it ended up having to go as he was caught behind on after 19 deliveries. He had to go, and that ended up sparking a bit of a collapse for Austria as they lost 3 wickets in just 3 deliveries for the loss of no run. And that was really the start of the end for Austria, as they never really looked to keep going after that. And they ended up just weltering away. Couldn't really get a start going. Once again, some really good fielding also from Germany. Some good bowling all round. But they just never looked like they could get going again. Good Austria. It's a real shame, but cricket doesn't end there, as Germany, in about 45 minutes, they'll be taking on Sweden once again. As we just take a look at the final highlights. 2 catches out in the deep for that man, number 7, Muslim Ashraf. Just providing some excellent bit of fielding in the deep with 2 great catches. For Austria, they won't be too disheartened. They were in and around the game for a long time, but they'll be happy, and they know that they're going to be able to come back stronger, as they will come back for their second game tomorrow. As we get to have a look. As we're going to be able to take a look at the scorecards. But it means we're going to be able to take a little bit of a break here, as we'll return in about 40 minutes or so. As Germany, they'll be taking on Sweden in game number 2. And my name's been Charlie Hunt, and you've been watching the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series on the European Cricket Network.
Mr. Cox, can you send me that picture? Quick, get up. That's it. Let's go. Come. Yeah, no. Go. Mr. Cox, quickly. Nick, get up. Luding, get up. Get up.
Charlotte opens for them.
Charlotte.
Charlotte opens with Finn.
With Finn? Finn? Go. Run. Mr. Adams, we can't move any faster than this, I'm afraid. Right. Boys, quick. Go. Don't worry about it, just come and sit here and I'll send someone in.
Do you want it umpire?
Yeah. What?
Do you want it umpire?
Yeah, you got that.
No, Gillian's watching it. Go out there for Gillian. My wife's not watching it. You go out there. Off you go. Very simple.
Just send someone.
I understand that the things that they don't have anymore, it's going to take as long. Cricket on speed. It's cricket on speed. They go in the shade, so guys, well played, come off.
And a very good afternoon to all of our viewers around the world. My name's Charlie Hunt and welcome to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld, where you join me here for the second match of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series, where we're going to see Germany take on Sweden in match number 2. And as you can see on your screens, there is a bit of a cloud coming over, and it's not a nice looking cloud. Well, hopefully it's going to stay away and it's not going to downpour on us, but you never know. We've already had one rain-affected game today, and what a game that was. Germany and Austria. As we take a look at the lineups for the teams here today. Germany, there's one change. And as we get to take a look also at the Swedish lineups as well. Well, there's a few names in there. Azam Khalil, well, he was the MVP of the recent European Cricket Series. With his right arm off spin, he's going to be key for Sweden as well, as is Hamid Mahmood and Khalid Zahid as well. Look at Liam Carlson as well, Swedish born. He's got 5 wickets in international T20s so far, and he took 3 for 38. As we take a look at the bat and ball, well, it's putting Sweden ahead at the moment, which will be very interesting considering there is 11 places in difference between these two on the ICC rankings. Germany sat at 35, with Sweden sat at 46. So the bat and ball wall telling us we're in for an amazing game once again, as we get to see once more the children from the European School of Rhein-Main again walking on with the German cricket players. We get to see a great view there of some of the players getting their hats signed, and as we also got to see some of the kids being able to have a bit of a game out in the middle in between the two matches, which again was absolutely lovely to see, as they're all now just running off. And what a day they've had. They've been playing up on the top left field, bit of cricket, bit of football, and then they managed to get a game of cricket in there as well. Really good to see. As just to the right of me now, the Swedish openers are making their way out to the middle. And again, that cloud just coming in means that the wind's picked up as well. And it's just got a little bit gloomy once again, as there's still 2 kids just waiting to get their hats signed, and they're off now, running away. What a day they've had, and it's going to mean so much to them. And they're going to be extremely happy with the day that they've had. And you can already see on your screen that it's going to be Walter Bär opening the bowling for Germany. However, the Swedes don't have any numbers on their back, so it's going to take us just a little bit longer to work out who's gone in and who's doing what. And we're just almost ready to get underway. That cloud seems to just be almost flying over. Doesn't really seem like it's going to empty onto the ground, which is promising to see. Once again, Walter Bär, what a day he had with the ball in that first game. Some serious bowling in his first ever game. Now in his second game, and I know there's plenty of fans of Walter all around Europe, especially here in Germany. Once again, as we're almost ready to get underway in match number 2 of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. It's going to be Venkatesh and Nawaz to open up, and Bears in, and this is short back of a length, and Venkatesh just looks to get this on the cup. Doesn't get enough, can't even get anything on it, and it's going to be a dot ball to start. I know there'll be a few viewers who'll be happy to know that I have found out how to pronounce a certain player's name, which I'll get to in a minute. This bit of swing away, and Walter Bär just taking a little bit of a tumble again.
And just to my right, I can see the same kids that were on the pitch. They're just getting their hats signed by the coach for Germany. Again, really is incredible to have children from the school of Rhein-Main, as this again comes through to the keeper for a dot ball. And you can see Walter Bär, he's up for the challenge again. Again, good to see Sweden playing international cricket now. Obviously, a number of their players coming from Abi's Army, well-known club. And again on the drive, but this carrying through once again to the wicket keeper. Correction, it's Mohammed Mahmood who is opening up for Sweden. As it looks like there's another slip coming in now. So they're happy with the batsman driving. They don't mind it, especially on this long, slow outfield at the moment. But he looks to go big. This has gone high. Keeper's under it. And he's taken. It's a pretty simple catch. And Mahmood, he has to go early. Brings the first wicket for Germany. And Sweden are none for one. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really. He hasn't got off the mark, and he was just trying to work it into the leg side, but got it completely wrong. But it's a good catch by Sachin Mandi in the end. And brings in the new batsman. I believe that's Minan Boshoff, who has gone in at number 3. And cool. So it's going to be Nawaz on strike as they crossed. So there's going to be 1 ball remaining in this over. As Nawaz just lets this one go. And that brings us to the end of the first over. Good over for Bär, wicket maiden. Sweden are none for the loss of 1 wicket. As I have got some guests in the commentary box with me, as they make their way into the commentary box. Hello, hello, how are we all?
Good.
There we go, there you go, say hello, wave at the camera, there we go. Now tell us what school you're from? Of Rhein-Main, there you go. And have you enjoyed today?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's been the best part?
When we walked in.
When you walked in with the players? Ah, good. And how much have you enjoyed playing cricket? Yeah, good. Are you looking forward to the drive back? No. Absolutely not. Oh, good. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you guys here, and I hope you enjoyed your day. And hopefully, Germany get another win today. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot, guys. See you later. Really good to see cricket being enjoyed by all ages here in Germany. Really good to see as we're going to move into the second over now. As Boshoff is facing. It's a dot ball. As Hamadi, I believe, is opening up from the Sky Exchange end. start from Amadi so far. And Boshoff looking to get this away into the offside, but can't quite get it away. And this is lofted. And they're going to come through for the single. Would have been close if he hit. But Boshoff pushing that single through to mid-off. As he gets off the mark. You see here, wasn't really in frame. If he hit, he would have been gone. But Boshoff off the mark, and that brings up the first run for Sweden in the second over. As it's going to be Umar Nawaz facing up here. Just plays this into the leg side. Well fielded again though. This is good bowling from Amadi. It's a better first over than what he did in the previous match. Can he get off the mark? Looks to pull this into the leg side. Bit of a front foot pull, but again, doesn't connect with anything. Just the one run coming off it, and Germany on top early on, as at the end of the second, Sweden are 1 for 1. We get to have a little look at the table. Obviously, Tri-Series here, the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series 2022. These are just the 3 teams. Obviously, just the one game played, so it's a good net run rate for Germany. Not scoring too many runs, 135 off of their 19 overs, but managed to keep Austria to just the 81. So their net run rate is pretty positive early on here in the tournament. Don't forget, obviously, the final on the Sunday. Always helps when there's a tournament that has a final towards the end. Just gives the teams something to aim at, apart from ranking points, which is always good to see. And it's going to be Walter Bear to continue from the media end. As Boshoff just lets this one through to the keeper. It's 2 slips in there now. Just see there, the Austrian MSP is just walking through. The Austrians are just watching. As Boshoff does really well to keep this one out. And Walter Baer really pushing this one through, and there's a bit of a smirk on his face. Boshoff doing really well to keep this one out off of those timbers behind him. Boshoff just needs to give himself time. And Bear just trying to recreate the same ball. Gets this one wrong though. Squirts it down the leg side. Wide ball given. And once again, the umpires for this game, we've got Mark Jameson and Sunil Gowda coming in. So, Renee Malota as the third umpire. Boshoff on the drive. Didn't get this one right. Falls through to the keeper again. The Bear. Only 1 run conceded in his 1.5 overs, and that was a wide. So proving difficult to face is Volta. And Boshoff again, just fending this into the offside. So again, just struggling to get off the square at this moment in time. Boshoff hits this well and splits the infield. It's going to run away. It's not going to go all the way. But they're certainly going to get a couple off this. And it's just going to be kept to the 2 runs as that man, Dylan Blichnout, does really well out in the deep. And I'm sure there'll be a few people that are happy to see or to hear that I've learnt how to correctly pronounce his surname. I asked him myself. And this is clipped into the pads. Brings us to the end of the 3rd over. Taking their time getting started here. And it's not easy up against this Germany attack. Some talented bowlers with the likes of Barathi, who we haven't seen yet. And then obviously the opening spell of Hamadi and Bear, but also Blichnout. This is a back length. It's just going to be dropped. They're going to drop and run. But it's good running from Winan. Roshov does really well. Early call. Sets off. He's not going to stop. There's no hesitation from him. Any hesitation, it would have been close. But he does well. Ends up getting home pretty safely. So, gets Umar Nawaz off the mark. Boshoff on to face Hamadi. Boshoff on the sweep. There is a man out there, and it's not going to carry to him. He's going to come round and cut that off. It's just going to be the 1 run. That man again. Lichnout out in the deep. So, good start for Hamadi so far. And Nawaz again looking to give himself a bit of room. Doesn't quite execute it. Ends up being another dot ball. So Hamadi bowling well here early on. And similarly again, drops and runs. But it's good running again from the 2 Swedish batsmen. It's good work from these 2 as they push the tight singles once again. Ends up causing a bit of a mistake as the throw is a little bit wayward. Boshoff again on the sweep, but this time does well. Again, not going to have the legs through this thick outfield, but it's good work from Talakan. And they come through for the 2. So better over this so far for Sweden. This is well bowled. As this one really turned in on Boshoff. It's a good end to the over. And after the 4th over, Sweden are 9 for the loss of the 1 wicket. And once again, it gives me an opportunity to say good afternoon to all of our viewers on our YouTube chat. I can see there's a few in there as well. Always keen to get your input on all things European cricket. Sometimes all things away from European cricket as well, which is always nice. But if you're watching from India on fan code, hope you're all well, having a good evening. We're set for another good game of international cricket as Bear continues. This is an edge. If you're going to flash, flash hard, as they say. This is going to run down to the 3rd man region. And it's just going to be the 1 run. It's good work from the man out in the deep. As Umar Nawaz was not waiting around. If you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello. Any questions, any queries? Do my best to answer them as accurately as possible. And Boshoff just drops this into the leg side and they come through for a single. So again, good running from the Swedish batsman. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Umar Nawaz. Volterberg just straying too straight, and he gets punished as Nawaz drives him down the ground for a maximum 6 runs to Sweden. First boundary of match number 2. As just behind the sight screen and where the camera is, there's lots of bushes where the ball tends to get lost. And they're just trying to find that ball, literally just right behind me as I'm watching. What a shot that was from Nawaz. That's going to really give him some confidence now, as he's going to look to kick on now. They're just struggling to find this ball. I think they've got it, and they have. Bit of help from both teams as they eventually collect the delivery. And that moves Sweden on to 17 for 1 now. So, Volterberg getting dispatched back over his head. He won't like that. Can he have a reply out to Umar Nawaz? And Umar sensibly just fends this back to the bowler. It's a good comeback from Bear. And we know that Nawaz is more than capable. He's hit a T10 century for Evergreen back in Sweden. Looking to go big, but gets this one all wrong. Completely loses his shape. And was almost looking to try and replicate the previous boundary. And once again, Nawaz, but a more than capable batsman for Sweden. This is short, and he just lets this one through. I don't mind that from Umar Nawaz. Lost an early wicket. You don't want to go after the power play with 2 down. As that brings us to the end of the 5th, and Sweden are 17 for 1. And there's a question just asking, how would you pronounce Labuschagne? Well, that's how I would pronounce Labuschagne, but I've learned that my pronunciation of some surnames are wrong. As we get to have a look at the schedule, this was today, so don't forget that there's more cricket to come in the Czech Republic with Vinny and Danny doing a splendid job as always. And I know there's going to be a few people going back and forth between the two, as it's Amadi to continue, and this is just back of a length outside off. And again in a similar area, but Boshoff just trying to play this into the offside, but I think he's trying to cut the ball when there's just not that much space for that shot to be played. And this again coming in quite a long way. Bit of a half appeal, but turned down. It's good bowling this from Rasul Ahmadi. And he's gone. Again, that's the third time he's been trying to cut the ball when the space just isn't there for him. And he has to go this time. It's a good catch behind the stumps by Sachin Mandi. But Winan Boshoff has to go for just 7 runs off of 18 deliveries. And Sweden fall to 17 for 2. Take another look here. It's a similar delivery. Again, just trying to cut this into the offside, but not enough space, and he gets a nick and he walks. Doesn't even wait for that finger to go up. He knows. Ahmadi's deserved that wicket. Only the 6 runs coming off of his spell so far. As Boshoff just coming off to an applause from his teammates. He'll be disappointed. So good catch from the wicket keeper. Sachin Mandi, he'll be happy with that. He's a very acrobatic wicket keeper, to say the least. Likes to be known. I was always taught as a youngster that if you're going to be my wicket keeper, this is what my coach said. If you're going to be my wicket keeper, I don't want to know you're there. Which is the complete opposite of what Sachin Mandi does, but it works. It's effective. It's a good catch from him. So it brings the new batsman to the crease. There's a leading edge. Looks to get off the mark straight away, but doesn't get so. As that's Abhijit Venkatesh at number 4. Short. He sees this one pretty early, picks the length pretty well. Doesn't get enough on it. It's just going to be another another dot ball. Now, that brings us to the end of the power play. And it's certainly Germany's power play, as Sweden are 17 for 2 after 6. This is the captain coming in now, Abhijit Venkatesh. He has got a 50 to his name in International T20 50. He scored 54 versus Finland back in 2021. So, a capable batsman nonetheless. And we're going to see Dylan Blichnaut into the attack for Germany. Player of man of the match in that first game, contributing with both bat and ball, effectively with both as well. Saved his team with the bat and then took 2 wickets and 2 deliveries with the ball as well. So Dylan Blichnaut into the attack for Germany. Nawaz goes big into the offside. It's not going to go all the way. Good work out in the deep by Khan. Ends up just being the 2 runs, so it's good work in the deep again. And there's a question of, is Azim Khalil playing? Azam Khalil is playing for Sweden. That's solidly defended back to the bowler. Right on the middle of the bat from where I'm sat. Good cricket all around that was. Cricket was the winner. This is a good delivery once again from Blichnaut. He does well. Goes through to the keeper. That's really well played by Nawaz as he just rode the bounce and dabbed it down to third man, which is a shot that we've been seeing played in T20 cricket all around the world now. There's always one third man. Sweden just buying their time a little bit here. Come out the power play with 2 wickets down, which is not where they would have wanted to be. Just need to keep building from this point onwards. So, Lichnout with just a 3 off of his first 4 deliveries. And it's a really good delivery from Lichnout. Venkatesh, not much he could have done about that one. He did well not to get anything on it, really. In a really good position from Dylan Lichnout. And once again on the drive is Venkatesh. Doesn't get anything on it once again. And that brings us to the end of the 7th over. And Sweden are 20 for 2. And we're going to see spin continue from that far end. Or as I like to call it, the Sky Exchange end. So Nawaz still on strike. 12 off the 15 for him. Just needs to look to nerdle it around now. It's a good delivery. And it's not going to change. It's Amadi to bowl out here, which is well deserved. 1 for 6 off of his first 3 overs. So I don't mind this from Germany, bowling him out. Got plenty of other options. Oh, this is an edge and it's flown through, and this is going to run away. So it's going to go all the way. It's going to be 4 runs to Nawaz and 4 runs to Sweden. As the skipper, it was a good attempt. Just see here, if you're going to flash once again, flash hard. Bit of a dive in desperation from Venkatraman Ganesan from Germany. Nawaz now moving on to 16. He's got his boundary off the over, just needs to look to nerdle it around now and get up to sort of 8 or 9 off the over. This is a good comeback from Amadi. This is short. This is slashed into the offside. Should just be the 1 run, as it's fielded by Stanek Zai on the offside boundaries. Good work from him out in the deep. And this is just played into the leg sides. It's good bowling from Amadi. It's good comeback after being hit for a lucky 4. This is a really good comeback from Amadi with his final ball in his spell. Short and wide, and this is flat batted down the ground. Don't think it's going to go. It ends up being really well fielded from Shakur Rahimzi. He might have done himself a bit of damage, but it's just going to be the 1 run. So at the end of 8 overs, Sweden find themselves at 25 for 2. Right, as we get to have a look here, obviously, I need Mahmood not struggling, not troubling the scorers. And Nawaz, he's 17 off 19, so he's going along well at the moment. He's going to need to stay in though. Venkatesh again just struggling. It's a good bowling attack for Germany so far. They haven't bowled poorly. It's a good shot from Venkatesh as this is just played into the leg side. It's just going to be the 1 run. So this is all they need to do at this point, is just try and rotate the strike. Just keep that scoreboard ticking along. As Lichnout continues. It's a good bouncer from Dylan, but it is going to be given a wide. Lichnout is not happy with that call. And I think, considering he actually came down the track and it was already past his head, I think it's a decent call from the umpires. This is Fuller. It's well dug out from Nawaz, and it's good running as Venkatesh calls him through for the single. It's good cricket from Sweden so far in this over. And looks to play this through the covers once again, but Venkatesh gets nothing on this. It's another dot ball. These dots are really costly for Sweden. Even if they're not going to hit boundaries, still just need to look to rotate the strike. Just get bad on ball. Not every ball needs to go for 4. I guess that's the difference between T10 and T20. It's a slower delivery. And Venkatesh once again playing this into the leg side. And it's collected by Volta-Bet, and it's just going to be the 1 run to the total. This is short again, but he's taking a bit of a tumble here as Dylan Lichnout. I think he's okay. But again, just similar to Volta-Bet, struggling on that as he approaches the bowling mark. But again, this is a good over so far. And he finds the outside edge, and they're just going to come through for the 1 run. They have to question if they maybe just push that first one harder. They might end up coming through for the second, but that brings us to the end of the 9th over. And Sweden are 30 for 2. Correction, 32 for 2 after 9. So Nawaz on to 19. Quietly just going about his business. Just get to take a look here. Only the 3 bowlers used so far. Obviously this is a T20 game, so no 19 over reduced game unless we get any more rain, but currently I don't think they're going to be in any trouble at that. Touch wood. And it looks like it's going to be the skipper coming into the attack now for Germany. And it's going to be Ganesan. He bowled well in the first game. Can he replicate it here in the second? Starts well. This is dropped into the leg side. And it's just the dot ball to start. Again, this is just played a little bit squarer into the leg side, and they get the single this time. So Venkatesh moves to 5 now, as it brings Umar Nawaz back on strike.
Yeah, it's humid. No breeze. Gonna get hotter the next few days. More? Go Venky!
Nawaz looking to go big, but this one completely wrong. But again, good work from Sachin Mandi. That foot does lift ever so slightly for a millisecond, but gets it down just in time. And Nawaz looking to push this into the leg side, but gets the leading edge. And it's just the one run into the offside. Could be Venkatesh back on strike. Looking to advance, and he's gone. Venkatesh was looking to really push on, but gets this one all wrong. It's well bowled from Ganesan, and again, good work from Sachin Mandi as he has to go. Another stumping goes. He tried to get back, but as we just take another look here, it was nowhere really near, was he? As soon as he made that advancement down the track and he pushed it wider, wasn't doing himself any favours. So it's a good over so far from Ganesan. Just the 2 runs coming off it, and now the wicket as well. He's always going to look to attack that leg side, was the skipper. So it's going to be an interesting last 10 overs after this over. So there's just the 1 ball remaining in the 10th over here. So Ganesan with those red shades. He was popular with the kids from the school. He was doing loads of autographs to skipper. And it's a good delivery to finish his first over with just the 2 runs coming off of it. And the wicket of the Swedish captain. As it gives me an opportunity to say hello. A very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you're watching from. The sun's finally coming out here in Germany, and it looks like we're on for another exciting game of cricket. Sweden just struggling here ever so slightly, but I'm sure that they're going to back themselves with their bowlers. They've got some really talented bowlers to choose from, and they're really going to look to push on. They've made a start here, but they just need to accelerate now and really push on from where they've started. But Germany, they'll also feel like they're on top, won't they? Well, they're going to be looking to build after what was a really good, convincing win against Austria. Ended up skating them out in the 80s with a victory of 55 runs. So they'll be happy with their morning performance. But they're going to look to build on it here. It's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage so far, but we're not done yet. Still plenty of cricket left to go. And it's going to be Germany's all-time leading wicket taker in T20s, Badathi, coming into the attack. It's a good shot from Umar Nawaz, and this is going to run away. 4 runs for Sweden. A very welcome boundary This is slapped through the infield and runs away. It's the first time we've seen the ball race away on this outfield. And not the start that Badathi would have wanted. 4 runs for Sweden. It's a good comeback, and again, times this well, does Nawaz. He's timing it well, just that now less than a runner ball. But he's looking solid so far. Just needs to stay in for Sweden. And he's put this into the leg side, but he's managed to split them pretty much perfectly, and they come back for the 2. So good running in the end. And I almost thought it was going to be a serious case of commentator's curse as he skied that one up, but it falls safe as he now moves on to 26. Nawaz is liking the bowling of Badathi as this one is slapped once again through the covers, and this goes away for another boundary. Very similar to the first delivery of this over, hit through that same vacant extra cover region, and it's a very warm welcome boundary for Sweden. As Azam Khalil having a couple of words with Nawaz, just saying, look, we need you to bat the entire 20 overs. That's what I'd be saying. And if one of your openers in a T20 can bat the entire innings, then you end up more than likely setting a decent score after 20 overs. So that's what they're going to hope from Nawaz here. As this is floated up. And it's good cricket from Umar Nawaz to the delight of the Swedish dugout. And it ends up pushing it through for a single. So good cricket from Nawaz this over so far. 11 off it with 1 delivery remaining. And this is well played into the offside, but it's well fielded. And it's just going to be a dot ball to finish. So a good over for Sweden. They'll be happy with 11 off of that over. And that brings us to the end of 11. And Sweden are 45 for 3. And once again, the sun is out, and it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere. Nice and warm here in Krefeld now, just outside Dusseldorf. Incredible facilities here at the National Performance Centre. Not only is there cricket pitch, there's athletics, there's football, there's everything. Really is a great place for European cricket to thrive and develop. And it really was on showcase when we had the children from the Rhein-Main school, the European School of Rhein-Main. Good little cricketers in there. Some serious talent for the future for Germany. But it's going to be the skipper to continue here in the 12th. And Nawaz flicks this back to the bowler. Very wristy shot. Nawaz into the leg side. There's a man there. It's well fielded by Hamid Wadak. Does well on just behind square leg. He hit that well again, did Umar Nawaz. And again, giving himself some room. Looking to play this into the offside, but it's well fielded by Muslim Yard Ashraf. Does well. Again, played into the leg side, but this time evades the man that's just behind square leg. It's just going to be the one, though. So again, this is good from Sweden. And Mars moves to 32 now. Going at a runner ball exactly. And as an opener, doing his job. And Khalil looking to get off the mark. Couldn't do so. And Khalil more than capable with the bat. Hitting a 53 not out in recent T20, T10 tournament up in Sweden. This is floated and falls off the batsman and ends up. So we get to take another look here. We'll have another look. Comes off the batsman, pops up. Does it? Doesn't hit the bowler, does it? No, it doesn't. I thought it did for a second. But it's a good over nonetheless. You see there again, good net run rate so far for Germany. Obviously, Austria 81 all out. Swedes doing well so far. They need to really push on though if they're going to set themselves a defendable total. Germany with many capable batsmen in that lineup. And Nawaz goes big into the offside once again. I think that might have gone all the way. And I think it has. That's 6 runs for Sweden. Timing this to absolute perfection. It's not the first time we've seen him hit shots like this, but that is outstanding as that flies over the deep cover boundary. 6 runs for Nawaz. And this is really proving to be a good innings so far. Roman Nawaz, 38 off of 33 now. Needs to stay in for the rest of this innings if Sweden are going to be able to post. If Sweden are going to be able to post anything that's going to be defendable. He's liking the bowling of Barathi so far. This is well adjusted as he was looking to go big again. But Barathi just dropping this one short. It's a good delivery to come back after being hit for a flat 6. So, Khalil on strike. This is well played, but it's going to be a dot ball again. Khalil, obviously, the MVP of the recent European Cricket Series up in Sweden. Just struggling here a little bit so far. Here's Azam Khalil. Looks to advance. This is a good shot into the leg side. There is a man out there, but it's just going to fall short. So Khalil eventually off the mark with a nice looking shot. Brings Nawaz back on strike and once again was looking to go big. It drops this and runs. It's good running from the Swedish batsman. And again, bringing us to the close of the 13th. Sweden are 55 for 3. Pradeep Verk in the chat saying, I'm a German fan, but I think Sweden is batting good. I have to agree. I think after a bit of a ropey start, Manoaz has done a really good job as the opener. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. If you can be at the end of 20 overs with your opener still in, you tend to set a decent score. As Noaz now moves on to the 40s. 3 fours and 2 maximums in his innings so far. Needs to be the rock of this innings. This is well bowled by Kanisan, but again just dropped into the leg side. So good running from these two, and I think this is what Azam Khalil is going to look to do. He's going to look to nurdle the strike, get the 1s and 2s, and then hit the bad ball, and you'll be quite happy. Does sound like a simple game, doesn't it? This is up in the air, but it's not going to carry. As Hamid Wardak couldn't quite get round. That's another run to the total. And Nawaz just plays this into the offside. Again, good running. And it brings Azam Khalil back on strike. And Khalil goes big into the offside. There is a man out there. And he's picked him out, and it's a good catch by the man in the deep. And Azam Khalil has to go. Looking to really push on there was Khalil, but just struggled to get enough on it. It's a big boundary once again, so if you're going to take it on, you really do need to middle it. But it's a good catch in the end for the man out in the deep. As that temperature just rising now, so drinks being brought on for both the batsman and the fielding team of Germany. So that wicket now means that Sweden are 58 for 3. For 4, correction. Got it all to do, have the Swedes. So Ganesan with another wicket, as it's Sami Khalil has gone in. And Nawaz once again just dropping this into the offside for a single. This is well played again from Sami Khalil. Just dropped into the offside for a dot ball. And that takes us to the end of the 14th over. Sweden are 59 for 4. And from what I can see, it looks like the Austrian team that have been watching the majority of this game, it looked like they're about to make their way back to the team hotel. So just see here, no one really getting going apart from Imar Nawaz, who's 43 off of 38 so far. They really will have it all to do with the ball in the second innings. So going to be Muslim Yard Ashraf into the attack. As Umar Nawaz puts in a dive, but he doesn't need to, and they come back safely for the single. He now moves on to 44. And this is hit into the air, and it's been put down for the man at Gully. It was diving to his right. Wasn't an easy chance, but at this level you would expect them to be taken. It's a real shame, as it gives Sami Khalil a life early on. And Nawaz goes big into the leg side. And as you can hear, that brings up his 50. Really well batted from Umar Nawaz, as he swats that into the leg side, into the bushes. 6 runs for Sweden, 50 up for Umar Nawaz. And Nawaz doing the job for his country here at the moment. You feel if he can stay in for the next 5.5 overs, he might be able to post something towards that 120, 130 mark. This is short and well played into the offside, but it's well fielded by Vishnu Bharati, and it's just going to be the dot ball. So a good comeback from Muslim Ashraf. As Nawaz looks to go big again. Gets it all wrong and clatters into his pads. It's just the dot ball. And again, slaps this into the offside. The man out in the deep. Going to collect that up. That's Talha Khan. Does the job out in the deep. And Nawaz moves on to 51. That brings us to the end of the 15th over. Sweden are 68 for 4. Gives us an opportunity to let you know what we have tomorrow. So obviously we've got another day 2 of 4 of the round of robin, with Austria versus Germany first up. Then we get to see the interesting matchup of Sweden versus Austria. Really looking forward to that game. Obviously we haven't seen them two face each other yet, so that'll be really exciting. That all kicks off at 9:30 GMT, 11:30 Central European time, or 2 o'clock in India. But also you've got the fan code ECS in the Czech Republic, quarterfinals Friday, and I know Vinny and Danny will be doing a really stellar job of bringing that to you. Plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network as we return to live action now. Looks to give himself a bit of room. This is all wrong, does Nawaz. Just drops this into the leg side and runs, and there could be 2 here as he slips over the ball, and he could be close here. And Germany, wow, he just struggled there, didn't he, in the field? Gave up as soon as he slid past the ball and almost took a bit of a leisurely attempt into throwing the ball back to the keeper. But if he was quicker on it, could have been close, but they come back comfortably for the second. And it's good work again by Sachin Mandi with the gloves. Quick behind the stumps, just letting the batsman know that he's there. I'm sure Nawaz knows by now. It looks to advance, and that's going to be a missed stumping opportunity. And it all seems to be, when it goes wrong, it goes wrong. As you see here, he was miles away. It would have been an easy stumping, and Mandy will be furious with himself. He holds himself to better standards than that. They come through for the single as it brings Smil Khalil on strike. Oh, and he's gone this time. And Khalil with his back foot just looked like it was in the air. So Sachin Mandy making up for the miss stumping the ball before. And gets a really clever stumping this time as we get to take another look here. From what I saw, just looked like his back foot was up. He was just out of his crease, wasn't he? He's just a little bit lazy batting from Sami Khalil. Didn't really make a conscious effort of getting his foot back into the crease as well. But he has to go, and that means Sweden are 71 for 5. And it brings the new man to the crease. He's going to need to look to support Umar Nawaz, as it looks like it's Tash Qureshi coming in at number 7 for Sweden. So Ganisan getting another wicket. It's 3 for him now with 1 ball remaining in his spell. There's a chance of another one, but this is clipped over his head. Agonisingly close for Ganisan, but he ends with figures for 3 for 11 off of his 4 overs, and he'll be happy with the way he's bowled today. He bowled well in the first game, and he's bowled really well here in the second, and he'll be happy with that. Leading from the front is the German skipper, and at the end of 16, Sweden are 72 for 5. So Tash Qureshi getting off strike, off the mark straight away. Just see that. Dylan Blichnaut with 2 overs remaining. As well, Walter Bear has an over remaining, as does Bharati, but Bharati's been given the treatment from Nawaz as Qureshi smartly plays this into the offside for a single and gets the main man Umar Nawaz back on strike. 54 off of 47 for him now. And Nawaz goes big down the ground. And it's really well cut off by Dylan Blichnaut, and he does really well. Prevents certain boundary there. So we get to take another look here. Hits it well, does Nawaz. 1 bounce, he does really well. As we go again, he's hit this high as Nawaz is going to take some catching. And he does, that's a really good grab. And Nawaz has to go. That was a tough catch, it was up in the air. And with this wind, I'm sure it was swirling around, but Nawaz has to go. It's a well-earned 56 for him off of 49 deliveries. And he's really put Sweden in an interesting position now where they might be able to set a defendable total. But it's well batted from Umar Nawaz. .50 for his country. Applause and I think he's furious with himself that he got out. But he could be happy. He's at least provided something of a platform for Sweden at the moment, as it brings Liam Carlson to the crease. Liam Carlson, who I picked out as one of the main bowlers for Sweden. He's got 5 wickets in international T20 cricket so far. And he took 3 for 38 versus Finland. And And this is just fended. It's going to be a dot ball. So it's a good start from Ashraf here in his second over. And he's got another one. And he has to go. Does Kudeshi. Good catch in the covers once again. And it's a bit of a collapse now for Sweden. Again, good catch in the covers by Vishnu Bharati. Does well. And Kudeshi has to go. And that means that Sweden are now 75 for 7. Brings the new batsman on strike. As looks like there's a couple of lurkers in the chat. Steve Cook, Benedict Chambers. Hope you're doing well, guys. If there's anyone else lurking, do let me know. Do say hello in the chat. More than welcome. It's just myself here at the moment, here in Germany. Thoroughly enjoying myself as it's Ashraf to continue. And it's a good bit of running from Zakir Takawi. Tiki, as he's known to his teammates. And that brings us to the end of the 17th. Sweden are 76 for 7. And Ben Blanford in the chat saying he's always lurking. Hope you're well, Ben. Looking after yourself. As we are thoroughly enjoying the cricket here in Germany, here in Krefeld. As it looks like it's going to be the return of Dylan Blichnout. He took none for 9 off of his first 2 overs. Did Dylan. So it's going to be Takawi on strike. Oh, no, that's a really good piece of fielding. And he has to go, and that's that man again. Vishnu Bharati has had a bit of a tough time with the ball. But Zakir Takawi has to go after trying to come through for a very, very quick single. He backed himself between the wickets. He's very quick. This is really good work from Bharati, and he has to go. Take another look here. As he has to go, as we get to take another look here. We just slow this one down. And it's tight, but it's a good call in the end from the umpire. Very, very close. As we just see there, pretty sure that he's eased out. It's a good call from the umpire there. Mark Jameson at the far end. Doing a good job. as it brings Baz Ayubi on strike. Can they get towards that 100? And Liam Carlson just defends this one back solidly into the offside. It's good to see Richie Robbins in the chat. Deborah Patuma as well. As it's Liam Carlson, and he's hit that into the leg side. There's a man there, but I think he's going to split the fielders. And he does, and it's going to be a welcome boundary for Sweden. 4 runs to Carlson. Not really being troubled for pace as he just rocks back. He's a very tall man, is Carlson. He rocks back and it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's a very good shot from Liam Carlson, the Swedish born. That's a more than welcome boundary for Sweden here. Can Lichtenau reply? It's a really good Yorker. It's a good appeal. And it's turned down by the umpire. And you almost expected the Yorker to come in there. Going down leg by quite a fair distance. From my angle, it looked close, but straight on says no. But good comeback from Lichtenau. And once again, squared it into the leg side. Should just be the one. Good work again out in the deep by Talakan. It brings Baz Ayubi on strike, yet to face a delivery. And this is solidly played back to Willem Lichtenau. He's going to be a little bit upset with himself for not getting a wicket yet off of his 3 overs, as that brings us to the end of the 18th. Sweden are 8, find themselves 81 for 8. We get to take a look here at the worm, the infamous worm. Just those wickets once again falling in that last 4 over spell from 16 to 20. Just losing 1 too many wickets, you'd have to say. And that big wicket of Manoir's really making the difference here. Just managed to drag him down now. This is well hit by Carlson into the offside, but it's straight to the man out in the deep, and it's just going to be the 1 run. There's a bit of juggling going on behind me. There's Nan Boshoff doing a bit of juggling, getting his hands ready for second innings. And Baz Ayubi plays this into the leg side for a single, getting Carlson back on strike. And Carlson hits this into the leg side. That's going to fly over the boundary for a maximum 6 runs to Sweden. As that nearly takes out one of the young kids playing football on the field opposite us. And it's a really good shot from Liam Carlson. Just rocks back. He's a tall man. Just rocks back in. Swats this into the leg side for a welcome 6 runs for Sweden. Need a couple more of those, do the Swedes. This is short from Ashraf, and well played by Carlson. There could be buzzers, but I don't think there will be, as Carlson's overrun by a fair distance. He does well. Good cricket from Liam Carlson coming in late on in the innings. As it brings Ayuba on strike. Ayubi trying to pull this into the leg side. Bit of a sweep shot. And there's a half an appeal, but definitely like it was going down leg. And there possibly might have been a bit of bat involved. So all of it going against the bowler in that circumstance. And this is hit into the leg side. There's a man there. And he takes a great catch out in the deep. It's a really, really good catch from that man on your screen. I think it might be Stanig's eye out in the deep. He hit this well, did Ayubi, but it is a good catch. And it is Abdul Stanig's eye that takes the catch. And that means that Sweden are 94-9. So they're going to maybe look to try and push towards 100. Just any runs now are vital if they're going to get anything to try and defend for Sweden. Carlson can stay there. Maybe he can hit a few bombs. There was a really good catch out in the deep by Stanig's eye. That brings us to the end of the 19th over as well, 90 for 9. As it comes down to the final over of the first innings in match number 2. And Steve Cook saying, a bit of a purist, he likes seeing bowling from both ends. Obviously, this is an international Icc T20 event, so different rules to what we're used to on the European Cricket Network. If you are a purist like Steve, then you'll be happy to be seeing the bowling from two ends. And also the retro broadcasting of the one camera getting from behind the wicketkeeper in this instance. As it's going to be Dylan Blichnau to finish. This is well played by Lamar Mamand. Just plays this into the leg side as it brings Liam Carlson back on strike. And there's plenty of sport going on. There's plenty of football now going on and around the performance centre here. There's young kids and there's men's football being practiced around as well. All amongst international cricket, which is really great to see here in Krefeld. Carlson on strike. This is going to be squared into the leg side. Should just be the one, as it's eventually picked up by Bharati, who's had a good innings with the hands, not so much with the ball in hand. And he's caught well and fielded really well. So good delivery again from Dylan Blichnau to number 11, Lamar Mamand. Just going to want to stick it on his toes and see what he can do. Oh, this is interesting from Mamand. Last over. Any runs are crucial. He's just fending this one back to the bowler here. Bit of an interesting outlook on the last over. But who am I to judge? 2 balls remaining. Can he get Carlson on strike? And he does just that. That's a good pickup again from Vishnu Bharati. Does well. And it brings Liam Carlson on strike for the final delivery. Final delivery of the first innings of match 2. And Carlson looks to go big, but he's just thick outside edge, and it's going to be taken comfortably by Hamid Wadak. And that brings an end to the first innings, as Sweden are 93 all out off of 20 overs. As we just see that, Carlson trying to go big into the leg side on the final delivery, but not getting much of it. And he just plays this out to the man on the ring, and he has to go. But good 14 runs from him. Could be vital runs for the Swedish national team, who just didn't really look like they were could get going, as most, if not all, batsmen bar one struggled out in the middle. As we get to take a look at the highlights, as we see here, the wicket maiden to start the innings with was not the way they would have wanted, but you see there, again, one of the shots of the day, punched down the ground, 6 runs for Umar Nawaz, and he was a real key factor for Sweden getting up to 93 runs, as he ended up on 56 off of 49 deliveries, 3 4s, 3 6s for Nawaz, as he saw wickets tumbling around him as he almost ran out of partners. Some lovely hitting through the offside. Nothing really agricultural. It was all in the slot and he connects with them well. This was a good catch out in the deep, as Azam Khalil, we know, is more than capable with the bat. Just struggled again. That was a drop. It didn't cost them too much in the end. And this one, well, this was a bit lazy from Sami Khalil. Wasn't really aware of where his back foot was and didn't really know where it ended up being. But again, good work out in the deep, and they fielded well. Did Germany, holding themselves to really high standards, both with bat ball and in the field. But it's good work from the German national team, and this again, good work. Just proof of how good they were in the field. As they got the wicket there, and then Carlson, well, he looked to go big into the leg side, and he got this one, didn't he? 1 bounce, 4 runs, and then this one went even further. This was a maximum, a well-deserved maximum for Carlson. He looked comfortable, but this was a good catch. Once again, evidence of some good fielding by Germany, and then Carlson looking to go big off the final ball, as he ended up being caught on the 45 by Hamid Wardak. And Sweden, they finished their 20 overs on 93 all out. So we're going to take a little break here, as we're going to run you through the scorecards, and we'll be back with the Germans' reply as they look to chase 94 off of their 20 overs. My name's Charlie Hunt, and you're watching the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series on the European Cricket Network.
And a warm welcome back to sunny Krefeld, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, here at the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld, Germany, for the final innings of day number 1 here for the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series, where Sweden are going to attempt to defend 93 up against the German outfit. And it's a tough ask for Sweden. Struggled with the bat. And going to really look to try and restrict the Germans as much as possible. And you just feel that Germany, they might go hard early on. See if they can knock this total off as soon as possible. Gives me the opportunity to welcome everyone back if you're watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching in the subcontinent in India on Fancode. Hope you're having a lovely evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from. And we're not quite finished here yet. There's going to be plenty of cricket to come, not only today, but also later on in the week. You're not going to struggle for content, as there's going to be plenty of cricket throughout the week. If you are watching on YouTube, please do get involved in the YouTube chat, as I'd love to know your thoughts on what's going on around the world and in the world of cricket as well. Do let me know. But we're going to see the Swedish outfit bowling early on here. And I'm looking forward to seeing Azam Khalil with his right arm off spin. And I also think that Liam Carlson is going to be key if they're going to defend this low score, below par score, and they'll admit that themselves. And we're just about ready to get underway here. It's a good start from the Swedish opening bowler, as Sachin Mandi just fending at this one outside the off stump. Good start from Maman, number 11 batsman, opening up. He's looking pretty nippy early on. Here's the Swedish opener. Well, this is good bowling early on. As he started this wide, and it looked as if it was going to start going away, but eventually came back in. You see here, it looked like it was going to go away, but came in almost off the seam. Good bowling so far early on for Maman. And Maman to continue here up against Mandi. As Mandi just fends this back to the offside. This is a good start from Sweden. They know that if they can have any chance of defending this, they're going to have to really be on it in the field and take every opportunity they have that comes to them in hand. If they don't do that, then it's going to be pretty simple for the Germans, but Sweden looking good early on. And this is a big appeal. It's a great appeal from the whole squad, but it's turned down by the umpire. We get to take another look here. And it is probably doing too much, but a really good delivery. Almost troubling him for a bit of pace here is Maman. Looking like a promising bowler for Sweden. No runs conceded yet so far. 2 balls remaining of the first over. And this is an edge, and it's, even though they have got a slip in there, he's not wide enough. He's almost at second slip, really. Possibly third. You almost want him at sort of gully if he's going to take that catch. It was a good dive, but finding the edge early on. This is a good start from Maman. Good dive from the man in that slip region.
as it brings the left-handed Talha Khan on strike to face the one remaining delivery in this over. And this is well played into the offside, and they're going to come through. There could be more runs here as they're really unlucky, as it's a really good direct hit. And he was backing up, but it just evaded him. And they come through for the second, but just the 3 runs coming off of the first over. Germany are 3 for none after the first. As Luke Belgium joins the chat. Good afternoon, good evening, Luke. I hope you're okay. Nice to see you in the chat again. Benedict Chambers also in there. Shrug also here as well. Again, really thankful for the warm welcome once again back on the air for the European Cricket Network by everyone over the last few hours. It's been a great first day. There's plenty more to come. Well, what a first over that was from Maman, looking sharp. As it's perfect conditions for cricket now. Bit of breeze, sun's out in some places. Really is nice to see. And it's nice to see everyone playing with a smile on their face as well, which is always good to see, as we're going to see the introduction of the next opening bowler. Just trying to find that out, who it is. Obviously, the lack of shirt numbers makes it a little bit difficult. But we're working our best. We're trying our hardest. It's going to be Kadeshi to open the bowling from the far end. And again, good start for Kadeshi. Getting this right on that wide Yorker length. And you can just see Sweden, they're up for this. They know 2 or 3 early wickets, and they're really in right into the German batting lineup. This is short, and it's well timed through the covers, but it's chased well. And it's just going to be 2 runs to the total. So good fielding from Sweden early on. Good areas again from Kadeshi on the drive is Mendy. Mendy just taking his time, 3 off 7 for him so far, after an exceptional first over from Maman. And this is too wide. It's going to be a wide delivery. Just trying a little bit too hard. That was the effort ball, and just pushing this one wide of the off stump. Too wide of the off stump, in fact. Let's see. Didn't quite release it out of the hand at the right way. Now this is short, and there is a man at third man, and once again we're seeing that dab down to third man. It was intentionally played through that sort of in between slip and gully region, as it brings the left-handed Talha Khan on strike. Really need to make some early breakthroughs if they're going to have a chance of defending this low total. They would have been disappointed with the way they batted. They know that there's a few batsmen there that are capable of getting them up to 120, 130, 140. I think it was players from all teams just taking a day to adjust to their surroundings. This is played into the leg side. It's not going to go. It's just going to plug. And they'll come back for the 2. So this is good so far. Kadeshi not giving too much away. Only halfway through his first over though.
And this is played really well. There is a man out there. And it's a great catch. And it's that man, Liam Coulson, out in the deep. And that's a great catch to remove the left-handed opener. He hit that well, did Khan. And it was going to take a serious catch to remove him. And it really was an incredible, incredible catch out in the deep. Manages to get there. You can see how much that meant to him. You can see Khan. He almost just has to stand there and go, well, it's a very fair catch. Fair play. There's not much you can do. You can see it means a lot to the Swedish national team. And that man, Carlson, can't keep him out of the game. Bit of a cameo towards the end with the bat. And starting off well in the field. And that means that Germany find themselves 9 for 1. Brings to the crease Abdul Stanikzai. And we know he's not going to wait. He's not going to give himself time. He's going to go from ball 1. But Khan will be disappointed with himself. He would have felt like he could have stayed there and got his team over the line. But he has to go after a fabulous catch out in the deep. Mandy on strike. Just pushes this into the offside. It should just be the 1 run. It is. So good work once again. As that brings us to the end of the second over. And after 2, Germany are 10 for 1. And you could see Taranjit Singh in the chat as well as Jeff Maguire. Hope you're okay. And it's going to be Maman to continue from the media end. And again, really good from Lamar Maman. Getting it in the right area. Really uses his wrist. And does well and really flicks it through and provides really good pace. So Mandy, 5 off 10 now. Giving himself some time, especially against the pace of Lamar Maman. This is back of the length. Just rushing him for pace a little bit here. And going to be a dot ball. And again, on the drive is Mandy. And this is a great shot from Andy on the drive, on the up. Squeaks this through the infield, and this runs away. 4 runs for Germany. Well, welcome boundary for Germany.
So they now move to 14 for 1. It's the first boundary of the response. And that extra pace of Lamar Mamand just proving to help a little bit. And again on the up. Mandy doesn't miss out. This is a bit of a fuller delivery, almost a slot ball. And Mandy makes the most of this. It's another boundary. And this is really, really good batting from Mandy. He gave himself a little bit of time to have a look at what he had to face, and he's more than up to the challenge now. Consecutive boundaries for Germany. So Sachin Mandy moves on to 13 now. It's good cricket as he just drops this into the leg side and runs and ends up getting the single. So once again, good cricket. And that brings us to the end of the third, and Germany are 19 for 1. So a good over for the Germans after losing that wicket. And it's going to be Tuskadeski to continue. And this is back of a length. It doesn't carry. He does well to prevent it from going any further. So it's good fielding. But again, good bowling from Kudeshi. Again, this is good from Kudeshi after Lamar Mamand. Just getting a little bit of tap from Mandy in the previous over. This is well kept out. This is really good bowling from Kudeshi, but again, an equal shot as he uses the pace and runs this down to third man, and it's going to be the 1 run to the total. Brings on Abdul Staniksai on strike. Yet to face a delivery. And that will make life a little bit easier for him as he gets to see the first one through to the keeper. Just trying a little bit too hard as Kudeshi on that one. It's a horrible take for Renan Boshoff. He does well. But I'm liking Sweden's field at the moment. It's still attacking, and I think it has to be with such a low target that they're trying to defend. It has to be attacking. It's a good short delivery from Kudeshi. There's not a lot of protection out there. There's a very square, deep, fine leg on the leg-hand side, but anything on that, and you feel like that might run away for a boundary. But again, this is good bowling. Good attacking bowling and good attacking captaining from Abhijit Venkatesh. I am a fan of the way that they're going about this, defending a low score. And this is again good bowling. It looked like it was a bit of a cutter. From my angle, it looked like he rolled his fingers down the side of the ball, just slowed it up on the pitch. And Staniksai just finding the edge. This is good bowling again from Tas Kudeshi. after conceding 9 off of the previous over. He's kept it to only the 2 off of this over so far, which is really good. Once again, back of a length, but fielders just on their heels on the edge of the ring, and they come through for the single pretty comfortably. Mandy looking to take this into the leg side, but again, a little bit early on it. Ends up Q-ending it to the man at mid-off. And that's going to be the end of the 4th over. Germany are 22 for 1. So this is good so far from Sweden. You can't fault it. They have been attacking in the way that they've been bowling. As we're going to see a change in bowling from the media end. And again, with that wide angle, gives me an opportunity just to reflect very quickly on what's been a great first day of the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series. And it's a really good platform to build on for the next few days of cricket. Not only here, obviously, but cricket obviously still going on in the Czech Republic as well. So plenty of cricket to choose from as we continue here in the 5th. And pulls this into the leg side. This is going to run away. I don't think it's going to go all the way. It's just going to get plugged as it runs away. And he come back for the 2 runs. So Standing Zai doing well. This is a very talented bowler now, Azam Khalil. And this is just played into the offside. Good fielding from the Swedes. I have to say I'm a fan of sunglasses under the helmet for Boshov, the wicket keeper. But yes, Azam Khalil, the MVP of the ECS in Sweden. Oh, and that was a half chance, and you feel if they're going to have any chance of defending this total, they need to take those chances. As that runs away through the point boundary. 4 runs for Germany. 4 more runs for Standing Zai. You just see there on the left of your screen, there's what might have just been a quarter of a chance. I don't know if it was half a chance. But again, if they're going to have any chance of defending this low total, those chances need to be taken. Not bad areas though for Azam Khalil. And this is into the leg side. Doesn't time it well enough, so it's just going to be 1 bounce and collected by that man in the deep once again, Liam Carlson. And it's just a single. So good cricket from the German batsman. And it's well bowled by Azam Khalil, as it's just respected back by Mandy. And it quickly brings us to the end of the 5th over. And Germany are 29 for 1. As we get to take a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network over the next month or so. As you see that, well, it's 2 months. We obviously at the moment in the Czech Republic. Then we move to Budapest in Hungary. Then we go to one of the participating nations here. We go to Vienna in Austria on the 20th of June. And then we've got a good few weeks in Italy. That's going to be some serious cricket. Obviously, Brescia, who represented Italy in the ECL. And then after that, we go back to Germany. We're off to Dresden on the 1st of August. So plenty of cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. So do subscribe to our YouTube channel if you want to stay around as we get back to live action here. It's Qureshi to continue. And good running as the call of the one just puts pressure on the fielder and he ends up fumbling. This is good from Germany, not taking any unnecessary risks. So Qureshi continues it. And this is hit really well from Sachin Mandi, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Great shot from Mandi, just stood his ground and almost flat batted it down the ground as it trickled away for another boundary for Germany and getting ever so much closer to that target of 94. 64 needed off of 89, but deliveries now. Can Qureshi have a reply? It's a slower delivery, slower short ball, but it's well fielded by Zakir Takawi out in the deep, and they come through for just the single. Qureshi continuing here, just 17 runs off of his bowling so far, but this is going to be a wide. He has struggled with his line, just throwing a wide in at least once and over. Well, there's an interesting bit of history there from Steve Cook. It was just before World War I when shirt numbers were first used. They were used to identify players when scouts went to rugby games, talent spotting. Well, there you go, Steve. I'm going to take your word for it. It's an interesting bit of information, that. As this is just fended into the offside. And it would have been close if it was a direct hit. But again, good work from Carlson. But good running from Mandi. Again, would have been really close. But what was really good to see was Carlson just giving Mandi a fist pump as they walk past. Now there's just a couple of field changes as the man at mid-off has gone to long off. And it's going to be a bye. And Boshoff will be a little bit frustrated with himself. Just took his eye off the ball. Big swing. I don't know how that's missed the middle of the top of off stump. Again, good bowling from Task Qureshi. This is really good from Qureshi. Can he finish off strong here? And there's a bit of an appeal. That's a really good take from Boshoff with the gloves, and he's still unsure as to how it's not been given. But it's a good end to the over for Qureshi as we get to take another look here. I'm not too sure. It's tough with that angle. But it's a good take from Boshoff with the gloves. I think if anything, it might have just clipped the T-shirt of Stanek Zai. As we see here, they finished the power play. Started and finished the power play. I didn't realise that. When Germany were bowling, Sweden started their power play with the first over with a wicket maiden and finished their power play with the wicket made, and got to be one of the first times we've ever seen that on the European Cricket Network. I'm sure someone can tell me if that's true or not. But at the end of the power play, Germany are 38 for 1 off 6. Azam Khalil to continue here. And Mandy just plays this into the leg side. He's timed this well enough. They should come back comfortably for 2, and they do. Good running from Germany. And that's well played from Mandy, just pushing this back to Azam Khalil. And again, good bowling from Azam Khalil. But good running once again from Germany. Dropping and running into the leg side. Just the difference. There was too many dot balls in the Swedish innings. And there hasn't been that many here. And again, bit of pressure fielding there. The Stannings are looking to rotate the strike as well. It's sent back. And again, similarly this time they take the run. And there's going to be buzzers here by the looks of it. Well, there might not be in the end. The attempts at both ends. Trying to give himself room. There's a bit of yes, no, maybe, and they do go. But it might have been close if he'd taken it. He didn't slide his bat in, did Abdul Stanikzai. But again, good work in the field, which is a positive to take away from this. For Sweden, they fielded and bowled pretty well here early on. And a good take from Vinan Boshov. Good behind the stumps. So that brings us to the end of the 7th, and Germany were 42 for 1. As you can see there, Sweden at this stage were 20 for 2. And that's just the difference, isn't it? Didn't quite get the start that they wanted, and then just couldn't really get going. Could the Swedish with the bat, but they're not struggling here with the ball. They're bowling well. Kudeshi, he's going to be saved for an over. As we're going to see, Swedish native Liam Carlson come on to bowl. He has got 5 wickets in international T20s already, with career best figures of 3 for 38. That was against Finland. Finland are a good squad. They had a recent, tournament against Norway. No, Denmark. Correction, I believe it was Denmark. And they did get a victory in that, but Liam Carlson in here. Oh, and this just falls into the vacant fly slip region, and it's just one of those days for Sweden when nothing goes your way. Nothing really goes your way at all. But a good start from Liam Carlson, just using his extra bounce, as he is a very, very tall man. And again, good from Carlson. Back of the leg, but good work from Boshov, as he did well to get to the stumps in time and take the bails off. And it's in vain, as it's not going to be a run out. So the single comes through. So again, bit of field movement as the third man drops back onto deep third man. And again, just played into the leg side for a single. So they're doing well at keeping this ticking along. And again, Mandy down the ground. Doesn't quite get all of this, and he's just going to come through for a single. Well, there's a misfield. And that's poor from Sweden. It's the first time that they've switched off in the field. To end up coming through for the second. And again, back of a length, just playing it into the leg side. The only thing I will say from this over so far, it is a little bit predictable from Carlson. He is a tall man, and he is just knocking it into the pitch, sort of back of the length. It's a hard length. As this is fended into the offside for a dot ball. So it's a good end to the over with just the 6th coming off it. And at the end of the 8th over, Germany are 48 for 1. And it looks like it's going to be Azam Khalil to continue from the media end. And they drop this into the offside and they run, which is once again a really good exhibition of running here. Good batting, even though in T20 cricket, when the total or the target isn't a large one, you don't have to go for every ball. Can just drop and run. There's plenty of gaps in the field. Oh, and this time trying to go big over the offside, over the infield. Doesn't get this one right. Good bowling from Khalil. And Stanek Zai looking to go big, but doesn't get anything of this. Completely mistimes this, but he ends up getting the 1 run off it. And Mandy once again, but this time gets turned away as it's that man on your screen. Sakir Takawi doing a good job. As this is short and swatted into the leg side. And this is a really good shot. This is broken through the infield from Stanek Zai. It's not going to go all the way. Again, just showing that this outfield is not easy. It's a bit long, the grass at the moment, but it's also a long outfield in general. And that brings us to the end of the 9th over, and Germany are 53 for 1. So Germany just requiring the 41 now off of 66. So looks like it's going to be a change of bowling from the Sky Exchange end. So Liam Carlson only getting the one over. I feel like it might be a little bit harsh, but I guess in a game like this, giving different bowlers an opportunity. It looks like it's going to be Zakir Takawi from the Sky Exchange end. That's a good start from the left-hander. There's a big appeal and he's got him. You can see how much that means to the Swedes. It's a bit of a consolation wicket. And the in man has to go. Sachin Mandi, again, not going over a run of ball. Has to go for 29 off of 34. And that wicket means that Germany fall to 53 for 1 for 2. He's off. He's off his Takawi. You're not going to stop him. It brings the new man in, Dylan Blichnout, to the crease. And he's in after an outstanding performance with the bat in the first game. So, Dylan Blichnout into the crease for the Germans. So it's going to be Takawi to continue. No runs conceded off of his over yet with the 1 wicket. And that's well fended back by Dylan Blichnout. 43 runs in the first game. Really provided a solid base for the Germans in that match. Got a bit of a job here, just to tip these last few off. This is short, and early on in his innings doesn't time this one, and it's just going to be, they're going to come back. No, they're not. It's just going to be the 1 run. So it's a bit of yes, no, maybe out there, and it's just the 1 run for Dylan Blichnout. And I'm sure there's many people that are happy at the fact that I am pronouncing his surname correctly now. I asked the man himself, so I think that's the way he would like it, hopefully. As there's just a little bit of a change in field. Again, good to see that even though the power play is obviously over, they're not easing the pressure off. Not making this easy for the Germans are, the Swedish. Wow, and he's tried to scoop him, has Stanik's Eyes. Not the first time that we've seen him attempt that shot this weekend, or this week. But it ends up coming through for the 2, and it's given his leg byes. So the LBW shot was worth the appeal. But it's a good way to end the over, and at the end of 10 overs, Germany are 56 for 2. And it gives me a chance to say a good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from. My name is Charlie Hunt, and thank you once again for joining me today here at Krefeld for the Sky Exchange German Tri-Series 2022. It's been an outstanding first day of cricket. See Germany taking the first victory against Austria earlier on today. And, well, at this point, looking like they're going to take the second victory. But what a day it's been. Sweden and Austria, they're both going to be able to take positives out of today's play. And they're really going to look to build on this tomorrow. And I'm really looking forward to watching Sweden and Austria take on each other tomorrow in the second game at 4 o'clock local time. That'll be a really exciting match. But once again, just been an absolute pleasure. And I hope you've all enjoyed today's coverage, as we're going to look to get back to the live coverage now. And once again, we're going to continue here, and it's a good start for Azam Khalil here in his final over. And again, a really, really good delivery from Azam Khalil. And again, Khalil just proving why he was the MVP of the recent ECS up in Sweden. Really tight bowling this. Not giving much away. And again, Blichnout doing well. Just fanning this into the leg side. And again, really, really tight this from Khalil. Not giving anything away. Belgium's asking no 10. I am in a 10th, it's just got no side, so I've got coverage from above, but that's all I need. As this is looped up. And this is hit well from Blichnout into the offside, but does well. I think that's Lemar Mamand, and it's just the one run, so really good fielding out in the deep from Lemar Mamand. And again, a really good over from Azam Khalil with just the one off it. And that brings us to the end of the 11th over. Germany arts 57 for 2. Michael Dab, pleasure to have a look into the comms box. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Michael. Hope you're doing well. And we're going to see Zakir Takawi continue from the Sky Exchange end. And this is a good shot from Dylan Blichnout. He's going to take some cutting off, but he does well. And he bowls this one from the deep. And they come back for the second. Wow, and Blichnout looking to advance. Manages to squeeze this one through to the leg side, and they come through for a single. So just the 34 runs required now. And Stanik Zai just plays this into the offside for a single. It's a really good delivery from Zakir Takawi. He's landing it in a really good spot as the left arm spinner. It's not making it easy for the batsman, but this one just evading everyone. As this is just pushed into the leg side for a dot ball. Again, really good over so far from Zakir Takawi. And he goes big into the leg side. It's going to go all the way. 6 runs for Germany. Well, that went a long way into the leg side. It's a bit of a slot delivery from Zakir Takawi. He's distraught with himself. He let all the pressure go after a really tight over. And that 6 brings Germany on to 68 for 2 off of 12 overs. So we get to see here the net run rate. Well, it's going to be up there again. It's going to be improved after this game against Sweden. And we're going to and this is again good start from the new bowler, and it's Mahmood. Bit of left arm spin again from this media end. As Lichnaut just struggling a little bit here. And cuts this through the infield, but there is a man out on the offside boundary, and it's Zakir Takawi. It's just going to be the 1 run. And he's got the wicket as Mahmood tucking him up. Standing side, and he tried to give himself some room, but he wasn't allowed any, and Hamid Mahmood picks up a wicket. As Germany fall to 69 for 3. As we take another look here, you can see it's really pushed into him, didn't really spin away. If anything, it went on with the arm. It's a good delivery from Mahmood, and Stanik Zai has to go after making 23 off of 25. 1-4 and 1-6 from him. Good delivery from Mahmood. It might be a little bit too late. Stunning Zai walks off to a round of applause from his teammates in the German dugout. The German dugout's very spread out, I do have to say. They're taking up a lot of room to my right. This brings the new man, Shakur Rahimzi, into the crease. Just the 25 needed off of 45 now for the Germans. And this is just fended into leg side. That's really good work from Winan Boshov. Gets the direct hit whilst being incredibly off balance. You see there, he was falling away, and it wasn't far away. It's, again, good standards in the field from Sweden. Obviously, Liam Carlson taking that really good catch earlier in the deep to remove Talal Khan. As it brings Dylan Blichnaut back on strike. 6 off 13 for him. Delta Gaming in the chat. Hope you're well. Watching from India. Hope you're okay. And this is fended into the leg side once again. And it's going to be cut off by the wicketkeeper. who, interestingly, from what I'm seeing, is keeping without inners. I don't know how he does that. I personally, as a keeper, could never do that. It doesn't feel natural to me, but then again, if it feels comfortable for him, clearly worked, as he's had a good few takes with the gloves in this game. And Raheemsy was looking to go big there. He almost got taken out, but evades it like he's in the Matrix. And that brings us to the end of the 13th. Germany needing 23 off of 42 as they sit 71 for 3. And it looks like it's going to be Zakir Takawi, I believe, from where I'm sat, to continue, I think. Only the 11 runs coming off of his 2 overs. And he got the big wicket of Sachin Mandi. So why not continue on here in the 14th. Once again, really good work, and that's once again, he's off is Zakir Takawi, and once again the keeper, Winan Boshov, doing really well with the gloves. All three keepers from all three teams have been outstanding in today's play. And again, just flighting it outside. It's a good call, really good bit of work, whips it off just with the finger, doesn't he? A really good call from the umpire. And he has to go. Does Dylan Blichnout. Not contributing with the bat as much as he would have liked to. And it allows Wardak to come into the crease. He's going to get an opportunity now, as he's opting for the crisscross on the pads. Very interesting. So 71 for 4 now. Is there a twist in this game? Is there a one last question from the Swedish bowlers? 71 for 4, 23 needed off of 41. Surely not. Surely not. Once again, if you're watching in the YouTube chat, do get your thoughts in. It's been a really outstanding first day of international T20 cricket here in Krefeld. Let me know what one of your favourite moments was today. Wow, was there a bit of a nick off the glove possibly from Hamid Wardak? It'd be interesting to see if we can have a look. As you see here, it was down the leg side. And it has come off the glove, so that has to go down as a missed opportunity. And once again, getting good grip, good bounce. This is really good bowling from Zakir Takawi. It's come off the glove, that last delivery. That one again, pushing him onto the leg side. This is good bowling. As this is Fuller, and once again, defended to the leg side for a dot ball. And played into the offside, however, finds the man again. Good over this from Takawi. And it ends up being another dot ball. This is really good cricket from Sweden. No runs off this over so far. And it does end up being a wicket maiden. So a really good over from Zakir Takawi. And at the end of the 14th, Germany find themselves 71 for 4. It's a really good spell of bowling from the slow left armers of the Swedish bowling attack. 3 runs coming off the last 2 overs. And this time he goes big, and this is going to sail into the bushes behind me. And it's going to be 6 runs to Germany. And that one, well, that sailed again right over my head as Rahim's not messing around. You see here, right in the bush. Have to be careful. But again, a serious hit from Rahim's side. Did it in the first game, didn't he, with a bit of a cameo towards the end. Getting a bit of live action of the attempt to find the ball. Rahim's moves on to 7 off of 3 now. And it looks like we're going to get a replacement ball. I think they might have found it. Have they found the original one? Maybe not. That is going to be painful. They are in there at the moment. I'd love to know what that conversation is in the middle at the moment. But anyway, it looks like we're going to continue on here as we're going to get a change of ball. I think they found the original ball, and they have. It's good work from the 2 behind me. And eventually find the original ball. So we're going to get back underway here.
Und du kriegst eine 1.
Assalamu alaikum. Was geht ab, Frankie?
And again, goes big, but he doesn't get all of this one. And he takes it. It's a great catch as he holds out to the man at long off. It looks like there's a few words between a couple of the Swedish players and Rahim's ears. He goes big again, but this time not getting the middle of the bat. And he's going to have to go. So Mahmood says, well, if you can do it once, try again, and I'll get you this time. You see here, not getting all of this one. It's a good catch in the trees. Takes it cleanly, and he has to go as Germany, they find themselves now 77 for 5. So that brings the skipper Ganesan into the crease. 17 needed off of just 34 deliveries now. Surely they're not going to get another 5 wickets for less than 17. We've seen crazy things happen, and if it was going to happen, it would only ever happen on the European Cricket Network. And again, good from Mahmood as he's picked up 2 now. As he's moving into the middle of his second over. It's really good from him. Well, if you are the German team, you don't want to take this too deep. And if Sweden do manage to defend 93, then my hat goes off to them. This is a good shot. It's a good boot. Really good boot from Hamid Mahmood. And I have to say, credit where credit's due for the Swedish. They have not given up, even though they know that they were below par with the bat. Their intent in the field has been exceptional. Oh dear, and again looking to be inventive. Tries to reverse sweep this into what would have been the offside. It ends up being yet again a good over. So 6 runs coming off of it, but also getting the wicket, as that brings us to the end of 15, and Germany are 77 for 5 as we get to have a look at what we have coming up for you tomorrow. So once again, Austria versus Germany. They'll be kicking us off at 11:30 Central European time, 2 o'clock in India. And then we also see, which I'm really, really looking forward to, is Sweden versus Austria. 2 very, very, very close-knit games, I think, and I have a feeling that we could be in for a thriller of a game tomorrow afternoon. But don't forget that we doesn't stop there. Fan code ECS Czech Republic quarterfinals Friday. And I know Vinny and Danny will be bringing you the commentary from that. And what a splendid job they've been doing the last few days up in the Czech Republic. And plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And we're going to see a fan favourite, Liam Karlsson, come back into the attack for the Swedish. He's already bowled the 1 over, did Liam. Just the 6 runs coming off of it. And it's going to be Liam Karlsson to continue here. And Ganesan hits this well to the offside. Should just be the 1. And it is. It's good work from the man out in the deep. I believe that's Azam Khalil doing a good job. As Ganesan gets off the mark straight away. As it brings Wardak on strike, yet to get off the mark. Faced 9 deliveries so far. Well, that's a good way to get off the mark, because that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs for Germany. And I was just going to say, he got dropped down the leg side off of the glove, but this time makes no mistake. And this goes 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Germany really, really playing well early on here, as it's now 12 required. And once again, looking to go into the leg side. It ends up picking this one and just giving it back to the bowler. So a good comeback from Liam Karlsson, and it's pretty obvious where he's going to look to attack is Hamid Wardak. And he goes again. There's a man out there. It's going to take some catching, but he's not going to get there, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs for Germany. And again, it was very obvious that he was looking to target that corner. And he's really, really done well as Hamid Wardak. And then no doubt that they're going to get across the line now. 2 hits away. It's well bowled from Karlsson. It's a good chase from the keeper, and he keeps it to 1. So good work from him. And it brings the skipper, the Nissan, on strike. This is just dropped into the leg side from Venkatraman Ganesan, and it's just going to be the 1 run. And that brings us to the end of the 16th over. Germany are 88 for 5. And Shrug just saying Carlson dropping too short on a lot of balls. I think he's just trying to make use of his extra height. He does get a lot of bounce, especially off this surface. It's a very tennis ball-like surface in the sense of it will bounce pretty high off the pitch. And he is a tall man, so I think that's just what he's trying to make most of there. But they're 1 hit away now, are the Germans. And it's going to be Hamid Mahmood to continue here. 2 for 9 off of 2 overs for him, which is a really good spell of bowling so far. And what has been a good effort from Sweden to take it so deep into what is now the 17th over. And certainly some positives to take away there. Their bowling in the middle overs has been outstanding. And their intent in the field has been incredible as well. So plenty of positives to take away from them. And this is going to be another simple wicket as he completely mistimes this and picks out the man at mid-wicket. And the skipper, he's going to have to go. And with 6 just required now, Germany have fallen to 88 for 6. And again, evidence of what can be a positive from this innings for Sweden is they have really bowled tight and they've restricted. They have restricted Germany to few runs in the middle overs. And it's going to be fan favourite Voltaire. He's going to come in now with just 6 required for victory. Is he going to look to do it in style? So, Hamid Mahmood, 3 wickets for him. He's just in his 3rd over. Plenty of positives to pick from for Sweden this game. Obviously, Umar Nawaz with a half century. As Baird just defends this back to the bowler. And this is cut to the man, and there's a bit of a hesitation. And it's not given. So they come home safely eventually. But a bit of hesitation from the batsman. But again, good intent from the Swedish. As we get to take another look here on the replay. He's not far away. I think he... from there, it's tough to say just because of the angle. But I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to Sweden there. But it's a shame. It's the single off it, but this is just a dot ball. And he's looking to try and finish this off in style as he tries to play another reverse sweep, but doesn't connect with this one, does Wardak. And once again, just fended back to the bowler. As that brings us to the end of the 17th over. Germany are 89 for 6. So Sweden taking this deep now. Just have a look here. always been ahead of the rate, have the Germans. It's always expected when it's such a low total that they're trying to obtain. But Sweden taking this now into the 18th over. 5 runs just required now, and it's going to be look here to Karwi to complete his spell. 1 over remaining, and he's gone 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 11 runs. So really good at bowling against a talented German batting lineup. And it's Walter Bear on strike. As he just plays this into the leg side. It's well fielded by that man. He leapt on the ball. That's well bowled again, and this is going to be squirted through the infield, and it's well picked up. It's just going to be the 1 run. As Vinny Sandhu joins the chat late on in the day. Hi Vinny, hope you're well. So, Hamid Vardak on strike, 9 off 16 for him. It's a little bit unlucky as it just took a bobble off the turf. Hits away from the fielder, and they end up coming through for the single. So good work from the fielder there. And this is hit hard, and that's going to be the game by the looks of it. It's going to run away, and it is. So that's going to be a victory, the second victory for Germany. And who else would it be but for the fan favourite of Walter Bear to hit the winning rungs for Germany, as Germans take victory by 4 wickets here in the second match today. But Sweden, they'll be happy with the way that they've bowled in the second innings. They'll be disappointed with their batting performance, but they know that they're better than that, and they know that they're capable of more than what they produced. And they are sure to look to improve on that tomorrow as they play just the 1 game tomorrow as they take on Austria in the second game. But a really good game here in the second match. Took it deep, did Sweden. Managed to take Germany into the 18th. And they're going to look to build on a really good first day are the Germans. As you see there, Walter Bear and Hamid Wardak as they wander off. As they can be proud of the way that the Germans have performed early on in this tournament. And once again, it gives us an opportunity to thank everyone that's been watching today. It's been an absolutely outstanding first day. Throughout the day, we've had some outstanding moments as we get to take a look at the highlights of the final innings here today. And again, started off with an outstanding catch in the deep from Liam Carlson. And you just thought maybe there was a twist in the tail for Sweden. And there was a few lovely shots from the batsman at the top of the order for Germany, as Mandy, he played well for his 29. He was eventually given LBW as the left arm off spinners for Sweden ended up doing a bit of damage in the middle overs, taking some vital wickets at some pretty crucial times, and they ended up taking between Hamid Mahmood and Zakir Takawi. They were 5 wickets for just 27 runs off of 6.4 overs. So really good work from them. And again, it has to be said, Sweden in the field
were outstanding, and they can be proud of the way that they handled themselves in on what wasn't an easy innings, as it was a low target set, and then the winning runs hit there towards the boundary in Germany. They take the victory by the 4 wickets. But don't go anywhere throughout the day, and as you have to remember, we are back tomorrow, not only myself here in Germany, but also in the Czech Republic, where it's quarterfinals Friday. And Vinny and Danny, they'll be calling it for you out in the Czech Republic. And as we get to have a look here, obviously Sachin Mandi at the top, along with Stanik Zai, just going under a runner ball, just doing what they needed. Wasn't a large total to try and attack. And again, they did a really good job of just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Not many dot balls throughout their innings, but you just see here, obviously, Zakir Takawi, Hamid Mahmood, really positive with the left arm off spin, and also Azam Khalil with his right arm off spin throughout the middle overs as well. But Lamar Mamand with some serious pace at the top, along with Tas Qureshi, and he proved to be really promising. So you do have to say that there is a lot of promising aspects for Sweden here this week, along with Austria as well. They have done some serious good work early on, and it just gives me an opportunity to say thank you once again for joining me today. It's been an outstanding first day of cricket here for the international T20s on the Sky Exchange Germany Tri-Series. I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone around the ground today. We've had Brian Mansell, the DCB manager, and Amar, who's been organising and sustaining the first-class facilities here this week. And it has to be said, obviously, it was a bit of a tough gig earlier on with the rain, but he did really well. And then I also have to thank the European School of Rhine-Main for their appearance, and well, they ended up coming and joining me in the comms box, and that was really lovely to see. And I'm sure they had a lovely day as they got signed caps from all of the German national players, and a couple of them came in here and saw how it all works, and it's really good to see and promising for German cricket and European cricket as a whole. I also have to thank obviously all the managers and all the coaches and all the players, as without them it wouldn't be possible, and all the officials as well. So for Vinay Malhotra, Mark Jameson, and for Sanil Gouda, without them the game isn't possible. So a really huge thanks to them. Also our scorers as well. If it wasn't for our scorers, then we wouldn't be able to let you guys know what the scores are. So Mihal and Carly, they've been doing an absolutely outstanding job, along with Maxi from the European Cricket Network's project manager. But finally, I do have to say huge thanks to our productions crew who are here in Germany. We've got Martins, Willems and Karina. They've been absolutely outstanding, and if it wasn't for them, then we wouldn't be able to bring you all these amazing pictures throughout the day. And once again, a huge thank you to all of you watching around the world, whether it be on YouTube or on Fancode. Do remember to come back tomorrow as we return for more international cricket. My name's been Charlie Hunt, and it's been an absolute pleasure.